Gary, but obviously we didn't come in, I think. Right. Which one are you doing? String?
Yeah. So, yeah, I've just string on these cameras. So not the camera side, but the lighting up here. Have you got anything that so, yeah, we can normally overlap. Yeah. That'd be fine. It takes us over way.
Yeah, I was going to set that out. I was going to go. So, I got stand still. I'm not ECM in there.
Well, there are two ECMs there.
Oh, in the bag. Oh.
So the reason why live can also potentially take you next live. Okay. So you could potentially use advice to do a bit better. My understanding is 5 live and not 2. So we don't need to worry too early. Okay. The plan was to 5 live before the same, but they don't seem to do it. So you use whatever might be best to do.
Probably put the ECMs on, to be honest. Unless it's going to get really silly busy. Oh, the judge, you're right.
Yeah, how are you?
Well.
There's only one set of calls coming in here. Oh, no, there's 2 now. There was.
Okay, 1 and 2 though. Yeah, they're headset to ECM, so to the bag. Yeah. Are you using them or are you? No, you've got some. Yeah, that seems fine. I'm hoping Gary does, yes.
Hello. Are you doing Gary?
Yes. Yeah.
Hello. What would be our issue here is to step back in the block. So what we might do.
And if I stand on those pelly cases like here, so he knows if he goes back to his ankles, maybe. Good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got down the line, haven't I?
No, and there wasn't one on it either.
Put that like that.
They ain't going to get no tea, so they can't have it. They ain't going to work. It's not here yet.
You can pull it off the radio mic or pull it off the landing perhaps. I think it's the same on Sony.
We've got this.
Yeah, no, that needs to go over the bigger fluffy so it won't. That might go
No, mate, yeah, I'm at the thread point. I don't know.
No, neither case had any. That one and there. Take off the radio mic. Yeah.
I think you should get away with it.
Yeah, I just do that on the headset then, really. Sorted. That's a small bit. Is it? Yeah, well, let's do this every hour, a new belt.
Yeah, no, it's just what we're doing. Usually you're not
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, got it. Well, there we go. Tell you what, grab that one. Yeah, there's 2 mics over here, both got it. Take one off there.
Only one, yeah, you say one right now, so I'm not expecting guests just yet. Well, it's very, very, very loose. Yeah, it's a loose enough. Alright, I'll just have it facing up.
Well, there's a tiny bit of gap in support around it. Perhaps you'll get one show then.
I'll risk it, I'll just point it
It
up.
will be mean that people get nervous about.
Okay, I'll try and see what plugs are in it.
Thanks.
It's not outside. Stay in the hotel?
No, I drove from home this morning. Yeah, I was kind of over the hotel. A little bit nicer. And I brought that kid that way. It's streaming all day long, so I kind of need to not bring the kid in. Drive away, that's not good. Drive all the way here. Morning, hey! Nice to see you. You too, mate, you too. You've been at Windsor yesterday?
No Windsor.
Oh.
How about you? Were you there?
No, my first day on shift today, so I'm driving for today. No, I'm missing them. I'm doing nights. I'm missing all my weekends taking the nights at the moment, so. I did 1 or 2. I did all 3 last year, so by the last one it was a lot. It was almost overkill for me. Yeah.
Yeah, you were the early camera guys.
Yeah, I was. It's a very nice
Oh, you didn't tell me at the time. You've got a year's amnesty now.
Well, now it's close access, isn't it? Oh, you've got a little stairway to it, I do love that. It worked. Oh my god. I've seen aerial photographs of from that side, the orange room. Sorry, okay, sorry. Just there, sorry. So come over, sorry. Which year is right?
Just to let you know.
Yeah.
Quite close.
Yeah.
It might be a bit loud, so just make sure that you can hear properly
Okay,
and all
right,
of that, okay?
No, yeah. You talk to Minister, please. So down to talk to myself.
Hello. Yeah, very well, thanks.
Hi, yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. Sure. Great, thank you. Thanks.
Oh, yes, yes.
Just noticed there's a whole second building down there. That's what I mean, like a sort of wing.
Yeah, it's like kind of orangery or something.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. Sure. Great, thanks.
So Keir Starmer will welcome President Trump here to Chequers as the royal bonanza is followed by serious talks on trade and foreign policy.
Good morning. Well, you're right that today is going to be about the £150 billion of investment coming from the US to the UK as part of the deal and part of the work the Prime Minister's been leading with the US. And I think it's really important to emphasise what a big package of investment this is. It's a real vote of confidence in the UK economy and in our country. And it will make a real difference to people's lives by creating jobs in different parts of the UK and making people better off. Can I give you one example of the kind of thing we're going to be investing in? There's a US company called X Energy. They're going to be working with Centrica, who own British Gas, to invest in building up to 12 advanced modular reactors. That's small nuclear power reactors. Now these 12 reactors will create energy for 1.5 million homes, 2,500 jobs, and add billions to the economy. So it's a really important thing. That's going to take place in Hartlepool, bringing jobs and prosperity in that local area. But there will be investments right across the UK. So we talk about big numbers, 150 billion, and it is a huge number, but it makes a real difference to people's lives. Well, look, I hope that the press conference will focus on the investment in the UK, which has been delivered as part of this state visit, because there's so many Well, look, it's up to journalists to work out what they want to ask at the press conference later, but there's so much to talk about when it comes to the deal that we've done with the US. It's not just the headline £150 billion and all the different ways in which that's going to be invested. There's also a nuclear deal to make sure we can build nuclear power quicker. There's a tech deal, which means that we can use things like AI and quantum computing more efficiently to have medical breakthroughs to help tackle cancer and create new drugs. There's so much people can ask about. It's up to journalists what they ask about later, but there's a lot to talk about in terms of what we've achieved with the US this week.
James thinks because you're a big last pick.
So some of this investment will happen almost immediately. Some of them are ready to go, in the coming weeks and months. Others will be over the next 10 years because we're talking about obviously sizable investments here in long-term projects. So it depends on which individual project exactly when the investment is delivered. But what we know as a government is that a lot of families across the country are finding things tough right now, which is why, whilst at the same time as securing this investment and putting our economy in a better place, we are also taking action right now, boosting the national living wage, extending the £3 bus fare cap, extending free school meals for more children. All of that can help people now, but what we need to do over the medium and long term is to get the economy in a better place, which is why this investment in our infrastructure, in our jobs, in our local communities is so important. Well, look, it's intensely frustrating,
Exactly right,
and I know that the Home Secretary has expressed quite how frustrated she is at this, and we all are as government ministers frustrated by this last-minute attempt to thwart what we were trying to do to stop people being deported. We're determined for the deportations to begin imminently. The Home Secretary has explained how she will be standing up for the British public's interest in court and fighting this every step of the way, because we want these deportations to go ahead imminently, and that's what she will be pushing for to make sure that happens.
But also on foreign policy, where perhaps there will be a bit more tension, certainly on Ukraine, but also on the Middle East, where the UK is likely to recognise a Palestinian state in the next few days. That is something Donald Trump does not think the UK should do. Did he say so at the press conference? Well, it just kind of
there's been a huge amount of work over the last year when the former Home Secretary was in her position, whether that's getting the Borders Bill, getting that introduced in Parliament and beginning to take that through and get that into law, whether that's closing hotels for asylum seekers, whether that's negotiating deals with the French and so on. We've now got Mahmoud as the Home Secretary, and as you can see, she is saying, as a result of what's happened the last few days, she won't stand for it. She's intensely frustrated by it, and she's going to do everything she can to fight it every step of the way.
Deal with France for the first time being able to send at least some people who've arrived in school boats back to France. And this week there was meant to be a kind of regular drumbeat of people being removed to France on flights. Well, that hasn't happened so far. The government is appealing the High Court's decision to give at least 14 days for an Eritrean who was meant to have been sent to France yesterday to prove that he's a victim of modern slavery. And a little earlier on the programme, we asked a Cabinet Minister, James Murray, about that.
Well, I think really, to be honest, what has happened in this case makes a mockery of our laws and of our country's generosity. I think, as I understand it, this individual has decided, they're a modern slave at this late stage, despite having never mentioned that before. And as I say, it's a mockery of our legislation and our modern slavery, which is important legislation. But what this person's done doesn't take that seriously, and that's why the Home Secretary is so determined to take this head on and make sure these deportations can go ahead.
No, I will be in a second, but they were suspended. Congratulations on that. They were senior presence. And I was talking about what you said on breakfast earlier. As we heard, Frederick James should have said he's over there.
Yes, I have. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you should have just wanted to short it.
I'll see. Hi, sorry, yeah.
I've got it.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So lovely to see you, and have a lovely, lovely day.
Thank you.
It's not a PA thing.
It's not PA. It's the BBC.
Well, it is like how it works.
No, we're.
I tried to speak a bit more quietly while James was doing
we're
it.
just.
But you know how it works.
Jammed
Yes.
together. Sorry.
Henry, I think you should just come into the light.
Can't really mute the state broadcaster.
That was a right night.
Huh?
That wasn't bad. The LBC was a problem.
I'll head over to the
Yeah, that's probably hang out there. Send me those if they arrive.
Yeah.
Well, the government incredibly happy with this £150 billion investment by US companies coming our way over the next few years. A lot of that in artificial intelligence. Of course, what we don't know is what we are going to have to give in return. But the government say that this is a big win. It's a record-breaking sum of money. But look, the whole purpose of this state visit, the pomp, the pageantry yesterday, is to put Donald Trump into the best possible mood, the best frame of mind to give us a deal, basically, a better deal than we have already. Now, we've already got a better deal than everybody else. The government will be happy to say that over and over again. But of course, the tariffs that Trump is so fond of have made life much harder for us, and particularly in regards to steel. Now, other countries are paying 50%, we're only paying 25%, but we were told that that was going to go down to 0 4 months ago, and it still hasn't happened. Now, Number 10 have told me this morning that those negotiations are still ongoing, and the Prime Minister will meet the President. He will arrive by helicopter, and there will be trade meetings also with investors, and the Chancellor will be here too. And then there will be that big press conference, which could be very perilous for both of them, with some potentially very awkward questions coming, maybe over free speech, maybe over Russia-Ukraine, almost certainly over Jeffrey Epstein, a topic that neither the President or the Prime Minister wants to talk about, but I think almost certainly they're going to have to.
Keir Starmer are almost certain to formally recognise the Palestinian state in the next few days. President Trump doesn't think that they should do so. Whether he will say that in private or in public, I don't think we know, but that is clearly a point of tension.
If they're going to tell...
Yeah, definitely, on the part of Downing Street. I mean, they've seen Donald Trump over the past decade in the same way that we have, so they'd be mad not to be concerned. They will hope that President Trump, as he certainly was yesterday, will be on sort of dignified and restrained form. But who knows? And there are areas of sensitivity. Obviously, the tensions between the two leaders, as I mentioned, on policy areas there. There's also, of course, the matter of Jeffrey Epstein. It is still only a week since Lord Mandelson was sacked as the UK ambassador to the US over new disclosures about the depth of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, President Trump is facing his own controversy in the US over his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, albeit prior to his convictions. So it would be a shock to me if at least one journalist does not bring that subject up. How Donald Trump might respond, well, it would be a fool's errand to predict that.
Cheers.
Right, I'm back in about 20 minutes. Maybe for 5 live, but they're putting it on the telly. Gary, right. Well, shall I leave my earpiece stuff on the thing?
Yeah, well.
Cheers.
Hey, Ray.
About 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's right, sorry.
I'm not going to do Hello? No worries. Thanks for telling me. But yeah, I'll see you in 10 minutes.
None too shabby, Henry. Henry, before you go back, so what time are you staying until then?
I'm staying till the end of the press.
Right. So, because we were just figuring, are you going to do it for that 1,800 grand? Oh, don't worry, I'm good. Okay. Alright. So I'm going at 5:30. So you'll stay. So we got the cut price operation with just wasn't that just one of the phrases? Well, lads, I think that's a vanity photo. But first of all, let me get all your names together. BBC gang. Come on, get in there, Danny.
I'm going to get another box.
Well, it's 4 hours, so switching up.
flat bag over there. I'll go plug it in.
I'll get told off from walking over there, mate. So, what's up?
Well, it's never stopped us before, has it? It's your lifetime story. Yeah.
Correspondent for falling down. Thank you.
Yeah, which again makes me think it's more editorial reasons.
Good.
Try it. I don't know. It's big enough. I think it's a bit. I just did it kind of 4-6. Really, it's manually dialed it into the 56 and it's a lot better. Try it. Manually dial it.
Right, brilliant. Yeah.
So I wound mine up. Yeah, so probably that's probably about right. It's about 56 here. Yeah. Alright, I might just kind of fine up there.
Technically working fine. They're not speakers, they're actually journos, so it's not PA. It's like, so I don't know if you see the output, mate. So we get like a metre each. So BBC, what happens normally, mate, and on Sky years ago, you always get who would go first and leave a gap.
Yeah, well, that's how big I listen to. Yes, I think I'm going to go up.
Yeah, we're all right now. We've got to hit in 10 minutes. We're not on. But maybe our lot needs to think what we're going to do. Do you know what I mean? But everyone's going to be on text here. Yeah, I have. It's not on at the moment, but yeah. It's just that bit underexposed last time.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Went out. I need to turn this one up.
You,
No, sorry, mate.
there yesterday as well?
Yeah, sorry, cheers, mate.
Nice. Yeah.
We'll main position is
I was off yesterday. Yeah, so well rested. I just saw in the chat yeah, just on this. Ben's got the fun one.
No, this is just yours. Actually, Alex.
I just think, yeah, I think we change.
It's not like smart dress. Like that means suit and tie.
John might be here. I don't know dress. No, they might be here for one.
Glad I brought the coat.
Thank you.
They don't get any more. So he should get a 12:30.
So I did turn that unit on, didn't I? Something I did or not. Can you hear anything?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah. I'm here at Chequers, which is behind me, where I'm doing Prime Minister's Day, so I will close that up.
No. I did feel that was my side to stand out.
I have. Daryl, thank you.
I'm at Chequers, which is right behind me. I'll talk to the Prime Minister today about some of the really important issues that came out of the meeting with the US. I'll post those when I have them.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm up here at Chequers. I'm here at Chequers for the visit of US President Donald
Yes,
Trump.
thank
where
you.
I'll talk to the Prime Minister later about some of the issues that they've discussed in that building.
I have, thank you, yes. Thank you.
So if you can get 11.5, one of the 600 things, I can't.
Thank you.
Well, I just think it's too confusing to ask this. Let me just, that sounds your out. I mean, I've got the reality is, I just need 2 camera positions at one point. No, we both asked after.
Yes, the President had all the pleasure of that Windsor state visit yesterday. Now down to business here at Chequers, talking about trade, about foreign policy, and of course there's going to be that press conference this afternoon.
The reality is, I just need 2 camera positions at one point. No, we both asked after.
Yes, the President had all the pleasure of that Windsor state visit yesterday. Now down to business here at Chequers, talking about trade, about foreign policy, and of course there's going to be that press conference this afternoon where pretty much anything might happen. Rebecca?
Yes.
You don't have a Bloomberg sub, have you?
No, I can get it probably on the computer.
Because they're basically saying that Trump is. It sounds like they'd be happy to have Karen Pierce back, which begs the question: why on earth did Starmer get rid of Karen Pierce in the first place?
I can check it.
I mean, I can say. It's saying that Trump is phoning them, which I can't say because I haven't seen it. But the noises from Washington are indicating, being reported.
Hold it for this bit, and when we check it, we can say the next.
Well, we'll see.
Also QR.
I'll try. Depends if they're going rap in my ear. I'll try. I didn't say it. But, you know, they need to put the QR code up if I'm going to say it, and they don't put it up, then, you know, it's a total waste of time.
Have you ever seen a hair clip?
Okay, thank you.
No, that's the smell. It won't.
Any of this.
background. Yeah.
Hi, how are you? I'm alright, thanks. For sure.
Yes.
Sounds good. Yeah, great.
What am I doing?
Thank you.
Do
should have said you first, because now you're going to touch me again. I've been on the phone too. Come on, I don't get it. It's like,
Dean said what?
Dean said.
Can't do anything about it.
No, that's all
Hi,
right.
Nikki.
I said that's back yesterday.
Well, it's the latter one which definitely meant that it was surprising to me. I don't know is the answer, I'm afraid. On the seating plan, by the way, he was sitting next to Sweden, who's the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, increasing focus on controversy within the Labour Party for his political government and the way that things are going with the Prime Minister. Anyway, I don't know. It's a straightforward and honest answer to your initial question. Well, today is the sort of political day of the state visit. So yesterday was the pageantry and the royals, and let's face it, Donald Trump's been pretty clear that's the bit of the visit that he was most excited for. Today is the more substantive element of things. So if you think of the state visit overall as the UK trying to solidify its warm relationship with the US, I think today is Keir Starmer trying to solidify his warm relationship with President Trump.
No, you absolutely can't. And for all the incredible planning, and I think everyone is agreed that yesterday really couldn't have gone any better, apart from maybe the weather. This afternoon's press conference, I think, is definitely going to be a moment of peril. But let me just run through briefly what we're expecting before that. So, the President will arrive later this morning on Marine Force One, the helicopter. The Prime Minister and his wife came over last night following that state banquet. The Prime Minister will then show the President the Sir Winston Churchill archives, which are kept here at Chequers in Buckinghamshire. We know how much he loves having that bust of Winston Churchill back in the Oval Office. There will also be a Red Devils display. That is the British Parachute Regiment display team. So we had the Red Arrows yesterday, the Red Devils today. Coming back to me or not?
Maybe. But there'll definitely be
The lost sound.
not least through the
Are they going to come back to me?
Because Sir Keir Starmer hasn't taken the questions about it.
Oh, they're not coming back to me. Okay, all right, thanks.
This is worth reflecting on.
I don't know what happened then. Sound went.
Prime Minister stood up and was back into the House of Commons and after repeated questioning from MK of the Conservative Party leader was adamant that he had full confidence in Magnus remaining ambassador to the US. It's only a week since the Prime Minister then reversed calls and sacked Lord Magnus as ambassador to the US. And still really basic, very brief questions about why knowing some degree of association with Jeffrey
Okay. But he's coming by helicopter, so he'll land somewhere, but you don't get a shot.
I think it's safe to say that
So he will have to by stars. And it starts about 11 to 11. So I should spot her from the police now. In case I have to signal.
I think often with these government questions, you can get kind of slightly lost in a forest of massive numbers, but £150 million is especially a massive number. Now look, I think it's easy to imagine that if Donald Trump were coming into the UK today, none of the investment would be happening. Obviously that's not how these companies get that investment decisions. But it is clearly a big deal and one that the UK government will want to trump it. I'm sure we'll hear a lot from Keir Starmer about that. I think the other thing that will come up, both in the meetings and then in the press conference, is foreign policy, which is where the UK and the US aren't Ukraine is familiar to us now, but Keir Starmer and various Western leaders would have liked Donald Trump to be much more staunch to Zelensky, for Ukraine in general. And then when it comes to the Middle East, in the next few days, the UK is going to formally recognise the state of Palestine. President Trump does not believe the UK should do that. So will that difference of opinion erupt in the public view?
And then others down here. So they're interspersed.
Using the authority of the king and his office, and we know, because he keeps talking about it, that President Trump absolutely loves the monarchy and the royal family. So it would be great for the UK government not to try to deploy the king in the way that they're acting. By the way, another symbolic Ukraine-related thing worth noting is that it's a standard thing with these visits that each leader will give the other gifts. And the Prime Minister and his wife Victoria are giving Melania Trump, the First Lady, a scarf that's related to Ukrainian children. And that's interesting because President Trump has talked recently about how Melania, the First Lady, is pushing stronger against Vladimir Putin. No, I haven't. It's very unusual. Well-worn broadcast from Nicholas Sanders somewhere. One in two rows. Very unusual for us to be right now getting the truth off. At this phenomenal brief President Trump in just a short while. It's lovely. It's really pleasant. It's quite fun. It's quite so hard.
Okay, ready. Ready.
I haven't been invited yet, but I'll do it if they want. If the country calls, I'll serve.
So now, I've got Archival on the other going up there, but it's slightly, so I've asked them to get driving and it turns to the price, but they packed it, which means basically
They always cover it at the end, they need to uncover
they
it.
don't have nothing. Nothing is happening live.
No, exactly, because they do it over there so many times, the MCR. So have a fight with them about it, not part of
I wouldn't do it.
I've got one of those. Well, you've got I don't know if it's arrived. If it's the
long sleeve dress with a very light pink jacket and the
But you saw 18 degrees.
came down to there. And then I thought 18 degrees actually quite good. I didn't actually agree because I always get like I don't think but
I need to go back.
Oh yeah, I see it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
One's that side, one's this side. Yeah. There's one there and one here. No, it's alright.
Yes, we're waiting.
Let's say we've had a view on the headline.
Hang on. Yes, sir. Oh, you might come by bus. I'll be back. Sorry. Yeah. Will you cue me? Yeah. And you'll cue me into the headline. Thank you. Where are you?
You're right to the time. Yeah, like that. And you're perfect. Yeah, that's great.
To the headline.
Sorry?
No, let's hang on a bit of pop on the audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just one.
Rebecca's got us some bags of food, one for you, one for me, one for her. So that's good. After this.
And I'm Gary O'Donoghue at Chequers, where the Prime Minister will welcome the President shortly for the passing moments of this historic visit. More on BBC News during the day. Something.
Hi, James. Okay, fine, fine. Okay, so you'll stay on camera and to get the picture. Yeah, you can. Just, that's fine. Do you want to come to me now, very shortly? That's fine. Yeah, that's no problem. All right, thank you. Yes, the Donald Trump had all the pleasure yesterday of the pomp, the pageantry, Windsor Castle, the royal family, and today it's business, it's politics. The sense of anticipation here is quite incredible. I got here at 5 o'clock in the pitch dark. Now there are hordes of press, there's a lot of people with earpieces walking around, a load of Americans, and big cars toing and froing as well, because this is really what it's all about. Yesterday was about getting Donald Trump in the best possible mood, making him feel as kindly disposed towards Britain as possible. The Royals did an incredible job. Nobody does it better, really, do they? And of course we know that Trump loves the royal family, loves the late Queen in particular, and regards the King as a good friend. Now the Prime Minister, quite strangely, given how different they are, seems to have also struck up a very good working relationship with him. He arrived here last night after the state banquet to get ready, and we're expecting the President in the next hour or so to get here. He will be greeted, then the Prime Minister will show him the Winston Churchill archives which are kept here. There will be a Red Devils display. They are the British Parachute Regiment display team. So yesterday we had the Red Arrows, the Red Devils today. Then President Trump and the Prime Minister will have a bilat meeting, just the two of them, and then there will be the Chancellor of the Exchequer will host a business reception with a lot of those big US investors. Of course, the government very keen to trumpet this £150 billion of inward investment from the United States into Britain over the next few years, which the government says are going to bring 7,500 high-quality jobs across the country. And of course, trade. We are still stuck currently, aren't we, with 25% tariffs on steel, on aluminium, something that we were told 4 months ago was going to go, but they are still there. The President the other day, before he got on the plane, said, I'm into helping them about the British, so let's see if we have any movement on that. It didn't sound like that was going to come. Also, of course, Ukraine will be under discussion. The government would dearly love for Donald Trump to make good on some of the occasional threats he makes towards Putin and actually do something to punish him. Also, Gaza, a very difficult situation, and we know that the government is likely to recognise Palestine in the coming days, something that will not go down well with the US. But the press conference, I think, could be exceedingly awkward this afternoon. Back in 2019, when it was Theresa May was here, it was quite embarrassing. Donald Trump freewheels. You never know what he's going to say. He loves the television. He loves the cameras. He backed Boris Johnson for the next PM. He said that Sadiq Khan was a stone cold loser. And I think the situation now even more awkward because we've got a Prime Minister down on his luck, fighting battles within his own party, all these scandals, and of course top of the list of things that journalists are bound to want to mention is Jeffrey Epstein, the E word, the word that the royal family doesn't want to mention, Donald Trump doesn't want to have mentioned, the Prime Minister doesn't want to have mentioned either, because only last week he ended up sacking the US ambassador Peter Mandelson over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. So I think the press conference, I think there'll be a lot of anxiety about just how that is going to go. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you for just staying here, apparently.
Don't ask me. I've got no idea.
It's due to happen at 10.
When? Yeah. Great. Who's going to take me? Huh? He'll be here. Okay.
What are you going to
Stay over there.
Where are you going to be?
Where's Toby?
I'll be out of your way. I'm not
He'll
going
come out, is he?
You'll be over there because I'm in stuff.
They've got some good reception because I'm going into the cast and I won't be able to send anything for like the next 40 minutes.
Oh. Yeah, well, the guest Wi-Fi actually, we had luck yesterday. Like, we were right over there by the door where we could access the guest Wi-Fi.
What do they call this lawn? Is it the parade?
Quadrangle.
Quadrangle?
Yeah.
Quadrangle, yeah. Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, otherwise Wi-Fi is a little stupid.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Let's see.
Only good as there yet.
I'll be okay, brother. Right now.
You right?
Cheers. Boy, he's ready for it.
Are you filming or are you on time? That's fine, I'll take a watch now.
It will be.
Together.
Go around the castle.
Who's going to be with Aaron? Who's going to be with Aaron?
Do you live far?
Hmm?
Do you live far?
35 minutes? 37 and a half minutes. I don't know if it's an hour.
Port it. Okay. We were really close to.
It's all over.
Did you not see the Spain? Did you not see the Spain?
It should be on the water. So this is the actual and then you have echoing, which is one next to there. And then that's the steak. The steak look.
Couldn't get it together, so you just like pulled it down.
It's helpful to have a bit of
Yeah, you got
Sure, both times. Sorry.
all over the
It is. We actually have a bit of
Good.
wow.
and it has the colours. Yeah. I think the one who has the guitar is happy. And I think part of the way.
There he is. You need to be over there. You gotta go from there. You need to be for that photo. You have to say for yourself.
What's going on?
The photo.
What's our conference here? Let's see.
Automatic like that.
Well, they're walking down that corridor.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're coming.
Where's Armour?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they need to be in position for that. Oh,
Yeah, it definitely is all.
it's not that for me.
Farewell, this one.
Pardon? I need to do this. There's no point.
Farewell.
Oh yeah. Crash down. Pardon?
Yeah?
Are you crashing or? I'll crash.
Steady on, guys, so because I'm going to have to pan around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, I need to go on the desk, but there's no signal.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great gentleman. A great gentleman and a great king.
Yeah, we're just going to go along with it.
Drive the car to the helicopter?
I think I'll walk through the garden there.
Yeah, but no, do you think he's in the Beast now? Is he driving the whole way to the Beast and you don't think so? Who's just told you that? Sorry, who?
Yeah. I won't do anything just yet. I'll give you a whack in a minute.
We've got to find a way of
Can you give us a talk back?
I guess no. We've got a lot of
Is this the entrance?
Was it?
Especially near the Queen's Fee.
I feel like less.
So you can landed in Windsor Park. Can I just not take my shot off? So give it So if you go a bit further, he's going to walk along total chaos. But he's going to walk. Why should be in the car? That gate. See that gate? Yeah. Do that all through the bit, so you can just, you know what I mean? I should be able to get him. They've said he's going to be on foot. Yes. With who?
It should be both.
Meet him over there.
Is that Lammy down there?
Or down there?
Is that Lammy down there? You can see Lammy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Lammy. He's going to meet Lammy.
Down there.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
The loud should be on both channels. Did it sound different?
We've got a full camera there, haven't we, anyhow? So, sort of.
After the break, yeah, we're after the break. We're getting
So
there.
how much time is that?
At least probably 2 or 3 hours.
They'll stand in the wrong place and they'll have a doorbell.
I think what I might do is
there won't be a
centre. I might start on the see what I do with people, and if they do like meet by the flags and stuff like that.
I think, to be honest with you, in terms of just literally me and you, there's very little we can do to help each other unless somebody goes really wide, and then you just get a bunch of wide stuff. If someone goes really tight, this is just one set of pictures.
What do you think? I'm tempted to kind of send it to them, and then as they kind of like walking up the steps, change quickly onto 24/7 or something like that, and just do
That'll be when he falls down.
No, it's not. It's cover. No, it's not.
No.
I think Starmer will come out there when he meet.
Where do you think Starmer will come out?
Come out this bit here, walk down there, there.
So they won't come past.
Then meet the field bloke, that's where a helicopter's going to be there. Those blokes are Secret Service.
Yeah.
And there, and they meet them somewhere there, but they've got a camera down there.
Yeah. So you think they'll walk through
the Garden?
Yeah, there. So they won't come. Hello, hello. How are you?
So they might come to us.
Really?
Just shot me out.
Yes, they've got the shot there.
So there was there's a buffer there.
Yes, I'm here.
Is he arriving now?
No, not yet.
Yes, it was always coming by helicopter.
yesterday the beast shot
So Catherine is going to salute it.
I knew he was coming by helicopter. You don't need to tell me.
Yeah.
He's got Mr. Starmer in the car, dragging it there, walk over there, and into back there. The diesel plane used it, then making that door there.
In this group or another group?
Look there, and there's the.
Well, you could have told them if anybody had asked. Sure. Yeah, sure.
19,000.
It's quite close.
Business
me go on this side?
I'm sorry.
Let me go on this side.
So we would do, we would do like we call it a T. And so UK would get center of your prime minister, and then we would get center of our president. So like this would be the line, and it would be a US photographer where you guys are, and then UK photographers over here. So you're like the center, and everybody UK can be on your side, but then where you are would be a US photographer. I'm getting out of the shot.
Genuinely, where I was there is a centre, is this spot here, so if anybody is there, that's the centre.
They're going to want to get right where you are, because that would be like the, not to get in front of the cameras, that would be the you would be the center line. So a US photographer is going to need to get right here, and then US is going to need to have this space right here. So we just need to move you. Yes. But like y'all said earlier, with the levels, you'll have plenty of space right here on the level. If you're on the ground and she's on a stool, you'll have plenty of space there, and then we can share.
Why can't we do the opposite with that?
We just need to have a T here, and UK on this side and US on this side.
It does make sense for countries to split
Yes.
the whole thing. Because otherwise everyone's staggered far deep to the left.
It is what they're sitting down, what we've done in every country, but right here at this moment is we've done a T, and the one side gets a direct shot of their principal, and we get a direct shot of our principal. So you would be so we would put Robin Stanchion right here to block, and to have all UK media on this side and all US on this side. You would essentially be our marker. So all here, so where you are over is US. You're the only person I need to move.
But like, we could do it.
Or literally, if y'all would just all take like two scoots this way.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's worked in every other country.
Take a stool and sit next to Neil. You'll be in exactly the same position.
Yeah, and then a person can sit on the ground right where you are.
It just doesn't make any sense.
That's what we've done everywhere all over the world. I just did in Abu Dhabi, and it works beautifully.
Sit on this.
Yeah.
And then somebody go in front of you. You're going to sit.
That's perfect. That's perfect. But we can leave this open for US photographers, and then all this right here, and then we'll share, and they'll all be happy. Because they'll come in here and go, oh.
What will they say again?
They'll go, oh. I'll do it one more time. They'll be like, oh, I'm so bad. I think we're getting pretty good.
Can we drop them now?
Yeah, we've dropped it pretty far. Well, fine with me.
You're good, ma'am? You're good? Kevin?
Yeah.
You come back.
No,
you're good. Try not to go to the store. Oh no! Sorry to hear that. I was going to say. We survived, believe it or not, barely. What did he do wrong?
Went to Casa one night, Slough the next.
That's about the best for this one. That's the Roxy too. They know how to roll.
It's actually a Royal Borough.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
That's great.
I've never seen it. I know. It lived up to its reputation.
No, I want to play. God, dude, that was leaking all over you. Is that oil or water?
Oh.
I'm so sorry. You're fine. Probably gonna almost.
our bags here? Is it holding the bag? Leave the bag.
You've got to meet it.
still.
You've got the toilet. Do you know?
I'll bring the
No,
toilet.
no, no. Do you know Catherine? She got the car, her car, and one of the kids is still like this. So she literally had like toilets in the back of her room. And I said, "That's your stool. Like this, like this stool."
Oh,
Not a
my
toilet.
kids have been doing work at a house in North London, and I get into the car yesterday. It's literally a toilet seat.
My husband is this.
It's full of paint.
Tom's got paint.
Rubbish.
So you've got your stool, she's got a toilet.
All journalists go.
You know, I'm very keen. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, the bagpipers have been here, the big cars, now the meeting and a lunch with US investors too. Following that will be a potentially rather awkward press conference. I literally didn't know that took me entirely by surprise. I didn't hear anything really until I suddenly realised about 5 seconds before that they were about to speak to me and I hadn't thought what I was going to say.
No, in terms of like clothing. No. I'm just going to show you some of the notes that is there.
Oh, brilliant. I hope they're going to be showing the arrival shots.
Well, I don't know if they've cut it, but you know, let's go. So, they've got loads of France living winter. Okay. Brazil, that's right. Yours. I think this is from there.
Terrible shock. I don't know what I was doing. I wasn't registering that they were.
Lawrence and Brian, great to be with all of you. Absolutely. And so things that you were just discussing, Ukraine, the trade negotiations that are ongoing between the United States and the UK. Just a few moments ago, we had the President's Marine One chopper land just about maybe 50 yards from where I'm standing right now. We watched them as they processed into Chequers, and then you saw the welcome from Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, and his wife, Lady Starmer, as she's known here. This was just a few feet behind where we're standing right now. But I think you've touched on some of the most important issues. Our two countries are on the same page when it comes to Ukraine, but there are limits and different perceptions about what that means. I think that you've heard President Trump in recent days talking about what he wants to see. He wants a bigger commitment to nuclear energy. He would like to see, I thought one of the most interesting Truth Social posts of the last few days was that everyone's asking, why are you putting a 50% tariff on India because they're buying Russian oil and not China? That question to our president. So he sort of turned that around and said, why don't all the countries in the EU and NATO put 50 to 100% tariffs on China? Go ahead, you go first, and then we'll match what you're doing to China, which is the largest buyer of cheap Russian oil, and that is the major funding machine for this war. You will do that, and then you'll see like our stuff. So I think you're going to hear a lot of this from the Prime Minister.
Because I reckon after this live,
through all the soft power mechanisms at their disposal. You know that President Trump wants to show yesterday for family and elderly, of course, ultimately not doing that. They really want to Chequers rather than head down the street. I mean, having the bagpipers there and those President Trump's Scottish heritage and maybe Scottish jobs, they are trying to accentuate it as much as they possibly are.
So what they came to in the spring was, and it was the first trade agreement after President Trump was out there. What they came up with in the spring was the first framework for trade. And there are components of that that are in place. But it's not as codified now. So there are still areas of the basic trade. The tariffs on steel and aluminum go to zero. But as Jackie was saying a few weeks ago, what we're learning is that idea has been shelved.
do you think that's the one he got out?
That what we're seeing is President Trump actually seen another place. Let's do deals. Let's build nuclear power. Let's get you to invest in a lot of American equipment and technology. And we're going on both sides.
Oh, right.
He doesn't show any signs that yet. They're about to start talking of taking that down to zero. So what we heard was the next level of negotiation for Prime Minister Starmer. Okay, can you promise that it will lock in so 5% on steel and never go higher? He doesn't want that steel to be held over his head for other parts of the negotiation. And that's just where it comes out. And it's about to start talking.
Okay. So this is just a cost after the
Yeah, exactly. This is more like the Range Rover, the Chevrolet.
Important thing that they can do from their positions in government is to try to, as far as possible, influence the US president on all manner of issues.
I think you should have saluted.
I lost my journalism. I literally lost it. It's the first time ever that I've been actually starved by position. I never.
Not as far as I'm aware today specifically, although next obviously.
I mean, I'm just thinking of the moment when Zelensky blew up in the Oval Office, and the next day, Starmer welcomed Zelensky. So there are pretty strong nuances, I would say. That's not an oxymoron in terms of the way that we view the Ukraine situation. And what we've heard out of President Trump in the past few days was,
It's all right. I can hear it. It's just there's so much background noise.
days after this meeting. But I think that what you're seeing is continued security guarantee for the United States passed the latest word is $75 million in the middle of the Gulf trade. Other elements that the United States has indicated that they're looking into. The president said in August, perhaps we would help out in the air over the area, whether it's Ukraine or Poland. And you guys referenced this earlier. The RAF jets have been signed off on by Starmer to help protect Poland. So these are really big issues. What does that mean in terms of our presence in the air? How much are we going to help? And I think the bottom line is, what does he think Putin is up to here? Is this, as some have said, sort of a last gasp as he tries to fly drones into Poland and also sort of Persia and Romania? Or is he just firing up for a bigger push? So I think that's definitely the meat of what they're going to talk about today. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't think we know yet.
Great to see you guys.
It's actually last
First time I got up before you guys.
UK on that visit to Scotland, where it broke very shortly after.
See you later.
Literally mid-air across the Atlantic, that the UK was planning to do this around about now.
Thank you guys.
Yes, I saw Bev running up. She got off one of the helicopters. She ran past us a few minutes ahead of the president. So as you will have seen in the last 20 minutes or so, the US president landed his helicopter here at Chequers, one of 4 helicopters that came in convoy just down there. He got out, got into a huge, very grand car that then drove up here. All the press lined up along the side here. He waved at us, looked very happy indeed to be here, and then went through that gate behind me. Oh, you can see Bev coming out now. That's the president's car. Hi, Bev! And then we had bagpipers. He was greeted by the Prime Minister and Lady Starmer. There were marching soldiers. Of course, the Prime Minister can't really compete with the royal family in terms of pomp and pageantry, but still, they are pulling out all the stops here. And the hope is, of course, that having given Donald Trump such an incredible day at Windsor, he said that it was one of the highest honours of his life. The hope is, of course, that he will be even more kindly disposed towards Britain than he already is, because there are serious discussions happening here this afternoon. So first of all, he's going to be showing, the Prime Minister will show the President the Winston Churchill archives here. Later there will be a display by the Red Devils, that's the parachute regiment display team. Then the President and the Prime Minister will have a bilateral meeting, and then there will be a business reception hosted by the Chancellor with the Prime Minister, the President and the various US investors. Of course, that £150 billion investment from various US companies that the government are trumpeting today. Absolutely delighted about that. But of course, those tariffs, 25% on steel and aluminium, remain. Okay, they are half what other countries are paying, but originally we'd expected them to be gone completely or gone by now. It sounds like that's not happening at the moment, though Donald Trump did say the other day, I'm into helping them, so let us see. But I think the danger point for the Prime Minister is coming with a press conference this afternoon, which could have some very awkward questions, perhaps on free speech, perhaps on the Chequers Islands, and almost certainly, I think, on Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted paedophile, who, of course, the relationship that our US ambassador, Peter Mandelson, had saw him being sacked last week. We currently don't have a US ambassador in post, but suggestions today that the Trump administration would be very happy to see Karen Pierce be brought back. She was the US ambassador. She would have been happy to continue, but Starmer and the government decided to go with Peter Mandelson, a decision which belatedly now...
Well, Antino's comments were very interesting, as you say. I mean, I guess the question over whether Nick Clegg is drawing on his experience as an opponent of the Labour government there, or as former President of Global Affairs, or whatever it was, a Meta, or both. But that's very interesting, and as you say, a notable critique. Look, the government's view is that AI is going to be a growing chunk of the UK economy, as it is the world economy, for the coming years, and the government wants to get hold of that trade, essentially, and they're very happy with the comments from Jensen Klein, who runs the media, that the UK is an AI superpower. But look, I guess the question of whether the UK is going to be a player in this space, or essentially an AI rule taker, I think is a question that we don't know the answer to yet. I think it will shape British politics and British economy for a very long time to come.
You should see the skies. I've got 4
I exactly, that is the argument being made by the government, and we don't need to rehearse now all the ways in which the government is in trouble politically, but clearly, speaking as I do to people at the top of government, they believe that the biggest possible solution to their political difficulties is to find a way to deal with the UK's long-standing economic difficulties. The budget, which Rachel Reid, the Chancellor, who's here today, will deliver in the next, I think it's 8 or 9 weeks, towards the end of November, is going to be a massive moment, the biggest moment, not just economically, but politically, for this government so far. And the choices that she makes will shape the politics, I think, for the period between now and the next general election. And so, of course, this government is going to grasp at any possible way, find a way to grow the UK economy that it can fund. I was busy talking to you, that's why he's in this election.
No, I'm just trying to see what the guys are up and
And it's one of the largest glass houses in the world. It's everything was made so that if it was expanded up to real size, it was real and it would work. And see the line down here. We're focusing.
Take notes of
But it's designed to be a private royal residence for Queen Mary and I see.
Usually all things I always like to get inside.
Yeah.
I would say
The marble, right? It's beautiful. And it has some work, you can water.
Yes.
When was this done at this house? When was this finished? 1924. All of it? For the 24? 1924.
It must have taken quite a bit of time to make all the furniture. 3 years to make 3 years. And the craft is extraordinary. So that I was not
It's beautiful, yeah. They don't use the detail.
They
don't use the detail.
Should we look at the wall paintings?
Is this the front?
Yes, this is the main entrance. There's lifts and climbers that really work. They're going down.
Even the lights switch on
And they had all the most famous artists of the day paint the rooms and design all the
the garden is
Go back to the next one.
So
wonky pitch. Because nice wonky pitch.
I don't know. Also, is it going to be 7,000?
Yeah.
From where your position is there, then the principals will go ahead and we'll allow them to fall to one side, and then once they're in one little alcove, we will advance right to the end of the library and do the walking.
Welcome.
In charge of all these treasures.
Well, with Lizzie, with Jim. So I'll leave you in Lizzie's capable hands. So she'll be showing you more little treasures.
These are the miniature books. Which one are we starting?
This is a man's story. He first introduced the characters from one of the parents' British book, but especially for the Dawsons.
Just have a look at the writing. Quite extraordinary.
It's incredible.
So the whole story is in the book. They're all so beautifully bound, aren't they?
They were all bound, yes, by the leading bookbinders of the day in the 1920s. And so when we wanted to recreate that for the 2020s, which was an initiative led by Her Majesty, we asked modern design bookbinders to...
Too frightened to take that. Okay, so drop it.
Oh, please, it's absolutely fine.
This, I had to, with my very large handwriting, I had to write forward.
Oh, beautiful.
In that.
This is very nice.
It's very nice, and this was, I think this is that, oh my goodness me, this is Tom's recipe of my roast chicken, which we're quite bored. He's always asked about my roast chicken. It's gone into this book now, so it's there forever.
That's really nice.
Is that one?
This is the Gruffalo.
Oh, the Gruffalo.
It's a children's story.
With the pictures.
It's incredible.
You have to have a very steady hand to be able to do it.
This is beautiful. Incredible what they do.
And those are all in the, they're all in the gaps, aren't they?
Yeah. This is beautiful.
Which one is this one?
This one is How Watson Learned a Trick. It's the Sherlock Holmes story.
Oh, this is one of the original.
Yes.
That's the
So
original
how long
Sherlock.
you would say the time that they made this?
Not too
take.
long. The writer would have taken about a couple of weeks.
And what about the book, a whole book?
Slightly longer.
Yes.
With a tiny, tiny pen, with a tiny. So clever.
It's extraordinary. And this Sherlock Holmes story doesn't exist anywhere else. It's just told on stage. It's beautiful. Yes.
They're brilliant, huh?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're wonderful.
Thank you so much. It's really kind. Shirts and all.
And he finds that the portrait of King George III had been replaced with the portrait of Washington because he had slipped through that. Yes.
Yes.
She was very young when she acquired a taste for Washington learning, and of course he had met with Sir Walter Scott in London before he had decided that he can make a living by writing, and Scott encouraged him, so he became probably the first great American. She loved him.
It's absolutely what's packed in this one. There's such treasures.
And the famous Orwell, which you have seen many copies.
Yeah.
But the reason we are showing this one is because what is very little known is that without George IV, this may never have happened. So Audubon came to London to try to drum up support for his ambitious project, and he was walking around and giving very, very inspiring lectures. George IV wrote to speak, decided to support the project. 151 subscribers joined immediately, and the book happened. So this is the library's copy because it's presumably the subscription copy by George IV.
It's an extraordinary book, isn't it? How many birds?
Well, 4 volumes over 150 words, including many species that were not known
Yeah,
until
yeah.
he drew them.
But of all grown now. It is lovely.
And hand finished.
Yes, it's just, I never dare touch it.
Yes,
It's
very
extraordinary.
delicate.
So,
Very delicate.
you get a bit nervous touching.
Yes.
What a book.
We have some very special guests.
Nice to meet you. What are you doing? You want to tell me what you're doing?
Just right side. We're making a story about the fox that lives here in the castle.
Oh, that's so nice. And you need to have small book, correct? Yeah.
So they're trying to make them like the miniature copies.
Yeah, that I just saw.
But there's been a lot of practice this week. And they were practicing yesterday, but we kept going outside to see the helicopters. So they were just
Oh yes,
practicing.
that was very exciting, wasn't it?
They all do.
Something happened outside.
And then they
And what do? You do all of the same stories, or you come up with
We're
a story?
doing different stories. We're coming up with different ideas what the fox could be.
Yeah. And then do you read it to each other? You have the class and you read to each other? And you need to put the pictures inside too, just the text. Picture. It's the fox? Yeah? It's beautiful.
And the helicopter.
This is nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, I wasn't really famous for it.
No, I'm not prepared to use. I can't.
Six and three. You got one? That's wild, right? Can you believe that? No, not really.
And the ceremony. It's about the back of the castle.
It's the end of the range. You talk us through.
So one of the great treasures of the Royal Library downstairs in the Great And this contrivance called the whirligig was invented as a way of, a sort of painless way of showing the story. So we have here Leonardus sleeve, and then these are by Canaletto. And then here two great woodcuts by Albert Dürer. And then one of our great collections is the
Where the gig is, sort of, I've just lived it by all of the Leonardo sets. I've been doing just lots of
You like them the best?
drawn. Yes.
There's a wonderful anatomical one here now. Skeleton.
Look at the skeleton.
Yes, it's quite daunting to read.
No, it takes
Yes, a miniature book.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, many of Leonardo's sketchbooks, there's one called Codex Foster, which is only about that big. Yes, it's a little tiny thing. The room we're in was Queen Elizabeth I's walking gallery. This was like a long gallery. On wet days, she would promenade back and forth. And this is the amazingly well-preserved chimney piece. And it all has sideways chimneys.
It is the only piece that's original exhibit in gallery. Because the
big high board, up and down, and up and down.
Especially in a great farthing game.
Yes.
We have a few treasures here which are standards.
So to go with the fireplace, this is probably one of the greatest treasures, smallest and greatest treasures of the world. It's a kind of a tribute that was developed when she was still a very young princess. So you can see her coming from there. It's just completely transcendent.
And that's the thing.
And this is the barn, which strikes the model cottage. In the library, this was given to the late Queen as a science and astronomy, and they all have that. These are both which is
So that's
They like Chequers.
well, so do I. Yeah, nice smile. All those people have that. Big smile.
Oh, we've got some chairs in the
Did-
Can we move pens, please? Is that possible? Thank you so much.
I'm trying to corridor.
It's perfect, ma'am. Don't worry.
That's fine.
Just moving those pens. Is everyone holding their books up? You guys? Well done. Lovely.
Ready?
And Your Majesty, first anyone ready this
Thank
way,
you.
please? Thank you.
Everyone looking in the middle? Great books, guys. Thank you.
Nice big smiles.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, of course, of course.
They should be alright, they're laughing
Yes, I did. And I've got, sounds like I've got a program coming through. Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you. All right, so we're all happy then.
Hello, hi.
Probably will. Should we have an Easter here as well, but not here.
Oh, fine. Okay, no problem. Okay, thanks. Thanks, bye. Bye. No problem.
Sorting
Bye.
cameras.
I'm clear. All right, okay, that's fine. Can't say I haven't had the fair show. Thanks very much. So you and me are clear now, yeah? Yeah, well, I will go and sit down. Apparently Chris is eating our sandwiches, that's nice, isn't it? Given what was up at 11,
Maybe if that was the bomb email, remembering it now. Please send an email, yeah.
In Scotland. I put that in there last night. It's from that library, so don't shop it in that library.
Michael. How are you? Okay. Can I see us for a second? Good morning, Dominic. Yes, I can. 109876 5122. Huh?
It's not rested on that room.
10987654.
What's what everyone comes in the weather? Everyone No.
You're not till 7:20? Oh, okay. Steve, what survey channel is it? Hey Suzanne, how are you? Yes, I hear you.
Yeah.
much more than the British pound and usually comes with a state visit.
Ever so slightly that way. Usual marks.
Nice you to clean the floor for me. Michael.
Just go check with Rebecca, I guess.
Yeah, go around the back, yeah.
So it's Joe now.
Cheers, Steve. Hi, mate. All right, got you. What time is it now? Good. Oh, let's have time.
Gary, he's going to be on left, right?
Take 2 steps. So do you want me to turn the elevator?
Is this an interview? Or
Yeah.
is it just
Is it a tease? I think so.
All
good, all good. We're teasing, aren't we?
I'm probably going to push in on Rob anyway straight away.
It won't be you.
Oh, it's not Rob. Oh, it's somebody else. Sorry. I can see Rob. I thought you were just on there.
How you doing? All right? Amazing spot. Hello, hi. What's that? Oh, my table. That's for you, that chair. You seen it? No. Hello. They were a live headline later. I just took that. Perfect. A minute from now. Yeah. Hello. Nice to meet you. Hi. Bear with me 1 second. Yeah, okay. We'll do that. We've got our guest as well, so we need to come to it up.
Welcome to the UK.
2 minutes. 2 minutes, everybody.
Easily come. Fair trader typically is on the agenda.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Where is it?
One hour and 10.
Good eye.
Yes, Gary, good eye.
I'm not hearing any calls.
This is for real.
I'm Gary O'Donoghue at Chequers, where the President and the Prime Minister are ensconced in their talks over business and politics. We'll bring you all the details.
I'm Christopher here at Chequers. The pomp and circumstance of yesterday.
Yes.
Today it's about deals and politics and a big press conference at 2:30 p.m. Stay tuned on GB News.
Put it that way. Don't take any.
2 minutes.
How's it look, Jack? I see.
Yes, I'm good, thank you, Gary. You'll have that. Oh, that's good. Maybe just a smidge to your right.
Yeah,
Small
please.
shuffle. Thank you.
Right. Let's see how we do. Sarah, you may need a hard cue. That's all.
Yeah, I will.
Jensen, I haven't had breakfast. Oh, you not?
No.
We've got some sweaty tuna sandwiches at the media tent if you want.
Thank you very much.
Oh, they might have it nice and custard in there.
Lost sound? Oh, came back.
Sorry, mate. I've dialed you again.
Okay, not lost.
Cheers.
Got 4 minutes.
Okay, just square your shoulders more towards the end. Thank you.
Well, Lucy, a big focus today, not just on the politics, international politics, those key flashpoints around the world, but also on business opportunities between the two countries. The British government very much trumpeting inward investment from tech companies, from on nuclear power, all these kinds of things. And we've got one of the chief executives of one of the world's biggest companies, I think you are. $4 trillion capitalization. This is Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, the chip manufacturer. Now, what investment are you planning on making in the UK?
This is a big week for the UK. It's a big week for AI in the UK. We're partnering with N-Scale and Orbital.
Did you ever let Isabel know about our conversation?
I just said it was fine. I think that's a good one.
Everyone shouts at the same time on telly. That's what I'm not used to. Whatever you can do, I guess. You have to really focus, on what you're saying.
Which we were also part of. It's going to be the largest AI infrastructure in most anything in the UK. Well, it turns out that in order for the AI industry to be created, so AI model, AI
Can I have that chair? I'm going to sit down if I do want to. I can okay.
Now, all the chips are what's right here. Just it's not going to create that many jobs. Jobs is one thing, but isn't the profit and the know-how going to flow out of this country back to people like
no, this is exactly the point. If we build the AI infrastructure here, and this is what Prime Minister Starmer literally described the last trip I was here. The last trip I was here, 10 years ago. Understood that in order for that AI to happen, building infrastructure here, create startups,
also need a lot of energy. Electricity is a lot more expensive in this country. This is going to be...
Hello, I keep seeing Freddie for you and you're not there. Oh. Oh, Freddie's trying to meet you as well, by the way. Hello. I'm not sure. It's not going so well, Richard. Yeah. I'm sure she'll be able
What's your reaction?
Nate, very good morning to you. We're outside the country estate of the British Prime Minister, with the manager hashing out those key details. And it all comes as the President was welcomed in the UK with even more British pomp and circumstance than it usually comes to the State Visit.
So that gentleman, one of those chief executives doing part of that business discussion, that round table. Also British companies like GSK who are offering to invest £30 billion over the next few years in the States. That's a big important announcement for British government. Very hot on the pharmaceutical sector. Disbelief that the American taxpayer gets ripped off when it comes to pharmaceutical companies. Nice to meet you. Thanks.
Tariffs and trade are expected to top the agenda today, but we're also likely going to hear conversations on issues like the wars in Gaza and Ukraine. Both
2 minutes.
on the dialect. Yeah, what have you got? Have you got OD?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I look like I'm on the phone.
Okay.
This morning without being mocked, you know.
Yes, as far as I know. I mean, I haven't spoken to them. That was the plan. And they've, you know, I have been helping with any press releases.
But if it's popping like this, then you need to hang up and dial.
Do you want to tell
Michael?
Do you want to hear the director?
Michael in London, are you there? Yeah, we're getting like pops in the connection. Is there a way to basically hang up and try to get
that's a lot of tariffs.
Reestablish contact?
Because you're also trying to sell into China. You got really not working.
To go over the need chop up?
Yeah, all good. I'll get some water off the No, don't worry. Water.
Why would we lose the pieces to be dated by the
I'll start work on that 500-word piece for online.
There's a different one.
In between the hits.
I thought you were doing that before.
No, I'll literally get my get myself into the story, but I need to write.
You're not a public.
The problem is the press
I'd
conference.
offer to write it for you, but then it would sort of set the bar too high for you next time.
The truth is, the press conference is the story. Everything else is.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit, you know, this 150 billion investment.
That's at the bottom.
Yes, okay, but it's still bubbling.
Top 2/3.
Yeah, the press conference, yes. We also want to.
This is the press conference.
But it's still also it's still about money, isn't it? I know there's the extra.
Yeah, I could take a picture, could you, of me here for my Twitter? Just one. Behind the camera. I'll do a Twitter. Tune in for later. You'll say that.
No. What?
Because that will change. Wear my big tie today. This is my big. Trying to call me the president. You know there are journalists here. We can get in, expert, have a chat on what to expect. Ben Riley Smith over there. He knows Trump very well. Ben Riley Smith, sorry. Yeah. He wrote a good piece, magazine piece. Telegraph guy, he's quite good.
Cool.
Huh?
So I'm doing the one. The one, yeah. Actually, they're placed at 1:30.
With being Chris.
Well, let's get your mics and everything.
Well, what aren't the issues, frankly, Olivia? I mean, so many issues of, it could be an awkward moment for our Prime Minister. It won't be the familiar fireside chat, as they call it in the trade. I was there in the Oval Office in February when Donald Trump sat there with Keir Starmer when the letter was produced from our King, inviting him to this very state visit. And then in Turnberry, of course, but back in July, when again the same structure, we all stood around in the half moon, looking down at these two individuals, Keir Starmer and Donald Trump. This will be behind podiums. It'll be much more free form, we're told by number 10 sources. It won't be a kind of, normally in this situation you have 2 questions from the UK press and 2 from the visiting foreign press. That won't happen. So really, frankly, anything can happen, and that's why all sorts of questions will be asked, notably I think about the steel tariffs in this country. Will they go to 0 from 25% for exports from the UK to US? Of course, in the EU it's 50%. We're doing better than them, and of course we've been told that's a Brexit dividend. But why not get that to naught to help our steel industry? Palestine, Gaza recognition. Last night, Lucy Powell, who's challenging to be deputy leader of the party, said to be an event to commemorate that happening. Well, it hasn't happened yet, and the rumour is it may happen this weekend. What will they think of that? The PM said he'd do it before the meeting of the UN General Assembly next week. The issue of one in, one out. That in fact we sent an individual to France the first time, a migrant arriving here illegally. That's a boost for number 10. But what will happen next? We'll get one back, will we? And will it go anywhere? What's the answer? Maybe leave the European Convention on Human Rights. Other questions too. Jeffrey Epstein, that looms large. Do you miss Peter Manson as ambassador to Donald Trump, maybe? Sadiq Khan, London Mayor, he of course has said that President Trump has been fanning the flames of divisive right-wing politics around the world. What does Donald Trump think of that? Well, I think we can guess on that one. And also maybe a question about the pair of them. I asked both Keir Starmer and Donald Trump in the Oval Office in February a simple question, which is an interesting one. What do you have in common? You're a left-wing politician, you're a right-wing one. Why do you tend to get on so well? That could be a good one to ask.
No, we're trying something else.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, Liverpool then Brighton is always the end. No, I've got to listen to this year. I'm switching up pretty nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and the crucial thing here, of course, is who's in charge. Now, both in Turnberry in the summer and in February in the Oval Office, the person in charge is the President of the United States, even though Turnberry is UK soil. This is Keir Starmer's country house, the Prime Minister of our country, he's in charge, so he can really coordinate and make sure that he keeps it ticking along. If it gets embarrassing, maybe he might overrule some questioning, I don't know. Let's wait and see. I should say that right now, or very shortly, the Prime Minister and President are meeting with business leaders. Of course, overnight we've heard of a £150 billion tech deal signed. There's a business reception ahead of the press conference. So they'll be keen to talk about what they've been up to, trade, frankly, and we'll be trying to work out where the grit in the oyster is, where is the stone in the shoe of the special relationship. But you're both journalists, I've known you for a long time. What would you ask him? I know. And yeah, well, but particularly we're in the home of where Magna Carta was signed a few miles away, and don't forget the Jimmy Kimmel cancellation overnight for those remarks about the killing of Charlie Kirk and the MAGA, the right reaction to that. That will be a question, I'm sure, that the US press pack will be keen to push, and will raise maybe Lucy Connolly, maybe Graham Linehan's arrest by 5 armed policemen, an Irishman tweeting from America, not even the UK, but being arrested on arrival. Olivia, any questions? I'm making notes here for you both, so I'll try and get some of those into the press conference at 2:30. But no question, when that question was asked, I think of the president in Turnberry, President Trump went on an attack against Sadiq Khan. It's a bit of a kind of they like doing it, having a bit of row in public. But I saw very awkwardly, Sir Keir Starmer must have shifted uncomfortably and said he's a friend of mine. So he's still a friend to be saying these things about the head of the leader of our closest ally. Question. Is that okay? That's encouraging me to keep going, making good points. Yeah, you're nodding. Oh, yeah, I think that actually helps me.
No, I do, because I do feel like the Kimmel thing's interesting.
Well, that is a good point.
I was listening to words, and I feel like, yes, I'm slightly irritated because my classes are pretty free. I know it's helped the channel. It's like, also, people like people right. I think it's the guy simply, I think he's dead, hasn't been buried yet, and the family mourning. I mean, there's not. Still. The other point, I agree it's distasteful. Yes, that's the point. They're also looking for reasons to stop paying 16 million. Because there always is a reason against fraud. If they're racing for reasons, this would happen. It's like anybody, it's like, I welcome your opinion. Something I don't really want to hear. That's human nature. You don't want to be a speech. So this is kind of free speech as long as it's a bit slightly Germanic. The left and right. It's a bit Germanic, you can say. Left and right. Yes, but the problem is left and right. So therefore, that way. So I don't know, I'm not sure what's
when's our next one? It's one, and then
In theory, yes. So I
we'll
think
get back to the table, I suppose.
I said we'll be available. So
I'm on main, so you've seen 101 out, and I know had some calls last week, man. Mark is doing it.
It's been reported, but I'm waiting for the
Okay, I can do that if Mark can't. It's up and gone now.
Checkers. We might need to kind of thinking about maybe not allowing
Right, I'll head back to the right. I'm right back end of this thing.
Fine, do that.
You drive back to London?
I'll tell you about, but it'll be strategic.
Got me somewhere.
Yeah, I think, what's the way, which way do we want to end up? We'll go the A61 or whatever, we'll end up North London somewhere. Where's your dinner? So if we go down there, I'm sure you want
tag in a story that's going to be updated.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Somewhere
100%. Yeah, thank you.
What time is it? Right, so it is fine. Did you look at it? You asked the Ben Ray Smith? I don't know it, so it's up to you. If you're happy to do that.
You wrote 4,000 words about this Trump visit that we can tell him.
Have you had his chat again?
Although I'm saying the same here next time.
That's why I'm saying.
If you wanted it, it's up to you. In the sense of, yeah. You know, the problem is if they give you a short thing.
You ask them if they want to do it. Should I ask them? You ask them. Go out.
I don't know. So
I'll see you then. You want to. Just on. I'll go find it. Should I ask him if we can do it? Then I'll
he wants to do it, tell me, and we'll sort it out.
Yes, when you came in through that, the thing will be there before the money.
Where's Mark then? Is Mark doing the story? Yeah, I'm quite certain he will have a ticket to go around there. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. Alright, good mate. When do they want chocolate? Next hour or sooner? Yeah, he's done that one. We might.
They'll be crashing something for their noon show based on what he says.
Yes, for the press. I don't know when they come together. Catherine's offering to potentially stay, but she thinks to cover that, but maybe not. I was going to say we might grab one of the other journos to be a guest. Chris is quite keen for the next hour. I don't know what we'll see. Well, yeah, the Telegraph's guy's written a lot of stuff about Trump. I don't know. He's interested in that. There's only journos here. Nobody else. So possibly, I'll let you guys know if that's an option. All right. Okay. Cheers. Bye. Bye. Bye.
It's low voltage, it's been on all morning. Power unit is not giving, I don't think it's quite giving 12, it's 11 and a half, so it's just set it off. Chris knows about it, it's got batteries on it. like everyone's done it. Yeah. So far away from the operating system there.
To be honest with you, you switch it on, choose your filter, white balance,
check that focus. Check that focus, that's what I tell everybody. Change lenses.
You know, this garden, that's exactly like the garden in San Francisco.
It's the only thing I've done weird with it is the window.
What?
English garden.
I mean,
If you put it in your ear, it feels a bit hollow and not quite warm. That's why. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, even yeah, it's good. Same thing.
Really annoying, we can't get there, but it's quite nice to have a look at someone's phone. I'm my own person, I quite like it. Just travelling the whole time. Yeah. I don't mind having it going on, it's quite nice to see Americans doing that. Okay. So annoying, it's quite they literally do the bullying by you're trapped to bed in the toilet. No, he won't go, come on, go on. You're literally like a school trip. It's not a school trip. No, back on the bus. Yeah. It's exactly right. What do they do? What do they do? Well, that's what we're going to look at the business, there's a kind of business you use going on. It's not quite, maybe. I don't know if it's support. I don't know if they're going to stand with it. I don't know, I'm not really sure. They'll get keep it in mind. Right now, we'll go. No, you over there. Come on, go on the route. Get left behind. Literally, it's quite funny because the chatting to me is like, voice shrieks out. She's like,
Good morning, Ainsley. Well, it's a special relationship, right? And Donald Trump's politics are so much different than Keir Starmer, who describes himself as a progressive and sometimes as a socialist when asked. But these are two guys who have to come together to try to figure out how to end the war in Ukraine. And, you know, we saw this big royal welcome that these royal families gave President Trump over the last couple of days. Now is the official policy part of this this trip. And even though it's the Prime Minister and the people, I'm too shabby out here at Chequers, which is like the David of the British Prime Minister. And so they're in there in this house behind us, ironing things out, and then within the next couple hours, we think that they are going to come out for a presser before the president fills up in DC.
It's not the long stuff. Yeah, sure, at least the camera has to be about here, then, doesn't it? For me, at least the camera has to be that far away.
Yes. Yes, the worst part was London is there was quite a lot of gathering to do in that, so it wasn't one where you just go stand back. Moving story, that's big
No, they're not, Errol. Anyway, they are but they're both eager to iron out the final details of trade agreements between the two countries. Remember, this entire trip was prompted in February by the president to come to the second statement. No other world leaders ever received two statements. But it was designed to ensure that the trade deal would get cut, and it was the first one announced by the White House in the Trump terrorist. And we are expecting to hear a little more today about ongoing announcements from various tech firms across the United States who are planning to now invest tens of billions of dollars in British artificial intelligence, quantum computing, nuclear energy technology.
Yes, a lot of firsts formally on Fox throughout the years. This time it will be the first time I've ever hosted anything for an hour by myself. And so it could go great. Maybe not, we'll see. But you know, even though we have such great access to this president and his team, like every time I go into the Oval Office, I have 2 pages of printed questions. But there's always like 1 or 2 things that, because of follow-ups or because of other people asking things, that you don't get to. This show is an opportunity to explore and expand on things that are really important and that people that we get emails from and that we see it at the deli think are important, but there just is not always time within our daily routine. Especially because Jack and I are usually on these shows, we only have like 2 minutes, and then the rest of the news has to get covered. This hour at 11 o'clock on Sunday is going to be a highlight reel of what it was, and a look at what the big question. I do think you're going to have some very, very big guests.
We'll hopefully get a chance to hear
I'll do that when I see
it. With the British Prime Minister at the Chequers state. This is the country estate of whoever served the British Prime Minister, in essence, their Camp David. And he's been here before, he was here during the first stages, so the president has been here as well. But after that, then he heads back to the United States this afternoon for a full slate of things for the weekend, including attending the funeral of Charlie Kirk Sunday.
We are out there.
Alrighty.
That's 1, 2, 1 married.
All hard news get
Either of them.
We're going to do this.
Turn off.
Yeah, turn on
Yeah, ignore the flashing light.
Well, once the press is over and he's cleared out, I think let's see what they ask us to do. Jesus asked for it at 4:6. So we can't really do Jesus, but be on so it'll just be a question of getting on the bus. The bus is shuffled. If they say you'll see the signature system go back to the bus. I mean, I'm doing that, but I can't say that because it's
Right.
but he'll clear up. Yeah, straight off. Straight through.
No, I don't believe so.
10987654321235 678 910.
Yes, yes. They're saying this is a little low if we can boost the audio.
10987654321235 678 910. Nothing has changed since the first two times we've done this morning. But I will be talking to this level and see if they've created better.
I'll go find some shit.
No, don't worry, honestly.
Sure.
Okay.
No, listen.
For your top stair for 6.
This is for 9 a.m.
Yes.
Oh, we do it now.
This is not redoing for the
They're
rest.
aware.
Don't take your foot off that.
Oh. No, this is not the West Coast.
No, this is not a West. This is not yet the West Coast update. First, we will do the 9 o'clock. Then we will do the West Coast.
We can do West Coast updates. Do you want to do those first and you have your before you switch to Raw? Yes. For the 9 a.m. Okay. Okay, great. You can just, anytime you want for the 9 a.m., just go and say back to you on the back end.
Well, good morning. The two leaders are meeting here at the country estate with the British Prime Minister to hash out those issues. And it comes the day after the President arrived here in the UK to far more of the British pomp and pageantry than usually accompanies this sort of state visit. 3, 2, 1. Well, good morning. The two leaders are meeting here at the country estate of the British Prime Minister to hash out those key issues, and it comes after the President was welcomed here to the UK with far more of the British pomp and pageantry than usually accompanies a state visit. Tariffs and trade are expected to top the agenda during the conversations here today, but we're also likely going to hear about how the two leaders are dealing with ways to resolve the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, as much of the world has struggled to figure out pathways to peace. Back to you. That's for the 9.
Rebecca. OT?
Just let me know when you're back.
Huh? You are? They do 3 more days? Right, I'm going to go. I didn't try to go through that whole thing. I saw the news guy. My girlfriend. So I saw that negative views come up. I would really like to see them. I just didn't, I couldn't be motivated to get that ticket and watch it again. I mean, I could have settled up to it. Somebody said you would have to. Yeah. It's not my problem.
No, we'll just...
Viele Chance.
Oh, you want to go? All right. Oh no, I am up. But... Oh.
I don't know. It's fine. I don't know because I think the body's
So I'm just going to move the President's water for the time being, okay? Just to stick it on that blue table for now.
So table in the middle?
Yeah, so let's get rid of this first. Yeah. Coming up behind you. Yeah, we just need to get the cables out quick.
send me that. Will you? Thank you.
You guys are on bars, right? You're on bars.
I'm being used by a lot of people right now. No, they told me to stay. They're moving the chairs.
Are they doing a camera check?
Yeah, they just want to see how the spacing of the chairs.
Gotcha. Sorry. Do you want me to sit with you?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, actually, it might be useful just to choose.
I'm Will Sharp, by the way.
Milo, very nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you, Milo. Our pens are a bit different.
Bigger and better.
The president's quite fond of his Sharpies.
I'm going to pull your chairs back a
Okay.
slightly, so I'll try not to come back to there. Thank you. One way to tuck yourself in, isn't it? It's cosy.
Are you with number 10 or?
With the production company.
Oh, great.
Number 10.
Okay. Have you been to Chequers before?
I hadn't until a few weeks ago, and now I feel like I live here.
It's beautiful. I mean, it's a beautiful property.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think you can complain for a weekend house. It's in the country.
Well, and the story of it's quite beautiful. It was, you know, the Viscount gifted it to, who had no heirs, gifted it to the government because, you know, previously prime ministers had sort of been upper crust types and with the democracy. It's just a very nice idea that the prime minister should have a country estate.
And gifted as well.
Right,
yeah.
right. I believe so, yes.
It's all changed.
How we doing? Lovely. Wonderful. Our brand is Crisis. That was a Sandra Bullock movie. A bit too true to life at times. Sir, how are you? Yeah, the president will have a speech binder as well. We could. Yeah, that works. I'll just have to talk to state protocol. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice to meet you. I think we did a good job here.
See you later.
his hair. Picture is up. White shirt. I'll let you write out coaching.
could you do a quick sound check for our guys?
Yeah,
real
certainly.
quick? Just read them some.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You know the story about President Reagan?
No, what's the story?
He was asked to do a sound check at a radio station.
Oh, yeah?
And they accidentally had him on the air, and broadcasting, he said, my fellow Americans, I've just signed legislation that will ban Russia forever. We begin bombing in 10 minutes. And it went out live to a major metro area.
One of those fun days. One more? From the right, Mike? I'll introduce myself in a second, but... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it that?
To make sure they get you.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You alright? Yeah. US were asking. Yeah. Are we disagreeing?
You eyeball, you keep an eye on Freddie.
shake.
Thank you very much, and very nice to see you all. And Mr. President, let me welcome you again for this unprecedented second state visit. And it's a great pleasure for me personally to welcome you to my home from home here at Chequers. And thank you very much for taking the time to say hello to the staff, who are absolutely, they've done a brilliant job, and they've been preparing for weeks, and it's really so good to have you here. So thank you so much. You are among friends, and I think we all agree there's so much to celebrate in the special relationship between our two countries. By standing together in war and in peace, this bond is the very foundation of our security, our freedom, and our prosperity. But what is the relationship all about when it comes down to brass tacks? It comes down to leaders, of course, leaders who respect each other, leaders who genuinely like each other. And it comes down to our unique relationship on defence, the closest the world has ever seen. It comes down to the connections between our people, ties of family and friendship. The President himself is a shining example of that. But it also comes down to business, to all of you here, and thank you so much for coming here this afternoon. It's fantastic to have you with us as the best evidence of that people-to-people, business-to-business relationship that thrives in the special relationship. In so many ways, this story is a story about enterprise. The US is our single biggest, largest trading partner. Companies like BP, GSK, Rolls-Royce, and AstraZeneca employ thousands of people in the United States. American companies like Microsoft, Citigroup, Boeing, Amazon, and Blackstone do the same here. Together, we support over 2.5 million jobs across both economies. So this relationship is embodied in each and every one of you here today. We have, if you like, the great and the good of British and American business sitting with us. Leading lights in tech like Jensen, Ruth, Demis and Satya. Finance, Jane, Larry and Steve. And of course in pharma, in defence, energy and manufacturing. It is really great to see you all again, I should say, because of course we were together yesterday and we know each other very, very well, which is exactly as it should be. And just look at what we're achieving today together. The deals and investment that you're announcing today break all records. What a day. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. It is the biggest investment package of its kind in British history by a country mile. So thank you so much for your contribution on your part in that as the embodiment of that special relationship. And let me spell out what that means. It means life-changing investments across the United Kingdom. It's expected to create 15,000 jobs in Belfast, in Birmingham, Hartlepool, the Humber, and well beyond. It means thousands of working people will feel and will be better off. And it shows the potency of this partnership. US capital and entrepreneurial spirit combined with British ideas and ingenuity. The UK is one of the world's largest economies. Maybe not quite on the scale of the United States, I concede, but my word, we punch above our weight. And we lead the world in expertise on quantum, on AI, life sciences, financial services and more. We have the only trillion-dollar tech sector in the West, outside of the US, again, I caveat. We have the best investment, the best universities, the most Nobel Prizes, and we have Demis here, outside the US. That's what we bring to the table, and we are proud of it. That's why we both benefit from this incredible relationship. Look at the economic prosperity deal that we struck back in May. It was the first trade deal that the President made. And yes, it was the best deal as well. We have the lowest tariffs in the world in vital sectors, and that is some achievement. It was a tough negotiation, but we did it for a reason, because it's a win for both sides, and because we knew that by working together, we could deliver more for working people. We could help the businesses here today to thrive, and help you create good, well-paid jobs in communities up and down our country. And ultimately, that is the test of the special relationship. How much it delivers for honest, hard-working people to make them safer and better off. We've already taken a big steps forward, and we're going further today, much further. In a moment, the President and I will sign our groundbreaking new technology partnership, the Tech Prosperity Deal. It's a blueprint to win this new era together, shape it according to our shared values, and seize the incredible opportunities that are on offer. I want to thank all of you for supporting this vision. We have huge new investments from NVIDIA, Nscale, OpenAI, Google, Salesforce, and many more, backing cutting-edge British jobs for years to come. And of course, tech needs energy. So to fuel this revolution, we've struck a new deal on civil nuclear power. We discussed this, Mr. President, last time we were together, and the opportunities we had. Generating energy for millions of homes and businesses, driving down bills on both sides of the Atlantic, and driving up energy security. So I want to thank everybody here for supporting this too, with brilliant job-creating investments from Momentum and others, including building up to 12 advanced nuclear reactors in the northeast. So this is a great day for the special relationship, a celebration of what has gone before, of course, but more than that, a moment to deliver investments, jobs, and deals which will improve people's lives now and light up the special relationship for years to come. So thank you all. And now it is my pleasure to hand the floor to my friend, our friend, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and great job. Well, this is a very distinguished group, I can tell you. That's what I do for a living. It was before politics I would have to deal with you, and you are the best. You're the best in the world, and you're here. And it's an honor to have all of these great leaders. Really an honor. But I'm sincerely grateful to Prime Minister Starmer and Lady Starmer for welcoming us to this very special home, this beautiful place. And I was here a number of years ago, but somehow today it looks even better, even more beautiful, and even more historic. Melania and I are forever thankful to His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. We had a fantastic evening last night. But the exquisite honor of a second official state visit, the first ever, it's the first time it's ever been done, was, really was an honor. Such great history, and to think it's a first. It's always nice to have a first. But the ties between our countries are priceless, and it's really an inheritance. So I'm
beautiful inheritance. Today we're making those ties closer than ever before. We've done some things that financially are great for both countries, and we work together, and it keeps us together, and I think it's an unbreakable bond we have, regardless of what we're doing today. I think it's unbreakable. But this is very big, and I want to thank all of the incredibly talented business leaders, the best in the world, biggest in the world, here this afternoon for investing in the Anglo-American Alliance, and you personify an important part of the unique national bond and really a world bond. What you've done is incredible. Our two countries do a great deal of business together. $340 billion last year was the number. In May, the United Kingdom became the first country to make a trade deal with the United States during my second term, and we sort of wanted to make it the first because the bond is so strong and the relationship so long. That agreement will create billions of dollars in opportunities for American farmers to sell their products into the UK, reduce barriers to trade, and give the U.S. manufacturers better access to the UK's world-class aerospace supply chain, which is really is world-class. A lot of people don't understand it, the importance of that particular asset that you have. It's a beautiful job you've done. There's no more natural partnership in the world. Together, we're building up the industrial capacity of both of our countries, which is crucial to our defense. And we work so well together in defense. I met so many of the leaders of your defending group, and many of them I've known by name, but now I know them pretty well. We had some very good meetings today and yesterday. So we're taking the next logical step with a historic agreement on science and technology partnerships, and this will create new government, academic, and private sector cooperation in areas such as AI, which is taking over the world. I mean, I'm looking at you guys. You're taking over the world, Jensen. I don't know what you're doing here. I hope you're right. All I can say is we both hope you're right. But it's pretty amazing. Quantum computing, fusion, 6G, and civil nuclear energy, and align our nations through the approach of centered deregulation and innovation. And we're going to have a lot of deregulation and a tremendous amount of innovation. It's just happening. But this new accord is already helping spur a massive wave of private sector deals worth over $350 billion alone, headlined by a $136 billion from Blackstone. That's very nice. Steve, thank you. That's why you have that location, I think. It's considered the best seat all the year. Yours is pretty good too, Jensen. That's good. That's great, Steve. You know what you're doing better than anybody. American company X Energy and British company Centrica has been announcing, and really for a long while they've been talking about this deal, the deployment of modular nuclear reactors across the UK, all across the UK. It's been in the wind for a couple of years, and now we're getting it done, generating more than $50 billion in economic value, creating up to 2,500 jobs, and powering 1.5 million homes. That's a lot of homes. 7 decades after British genius Alan Turing pioneered the field, this agreement will also help America and our British allies dominate the future of artificial intelligence. You need the energy. You have to have the energy. That's one thing I learned very quickly. They need a lot of electricity. In the United States, you need double what we have right now just to maintain that fight. We're right now, and I want to say, leading China and the world by a lot in AI, a lot. And we're creating tremendous amounts of energy and letting you create your own electricity in many, many cases. And we're giving you very rapid approvals. We're getting them approvals like they've never seen before. They used to wait 15 and 20 years to be rejected. Now they wait 2 weeks or 3 weeks to be accepted. That's a pretty big difference. And at the same time, we always have the environment in mind, but we move them along. But we're committed to ensuring that you have secure and reliable sources of American AI and quantum technology. We intend to always be the UK's strongest, closest, and most trusted business partner. Very important to us. The relationship is very important. 1 year ago, our country was in serious trouble. The King of Saudi Arabia, great gentleman, you all know him. He said, "Sir, your country was dead 1 year ago, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world," and it's true. And we'll have more than $17 trillion invested in our country this year. 17 trillion, which is many, many times what we had last year, and we're only in our just about almost 9th month. It's moving along quickly. It's amazing. I was saying we're in our 3rd month, our 4th month, our 5th month, but we're at, it's going to be over $17 trillion. No country has ever had anything like that, even close. GDP last quarter was 3.3%. Despite all of the things we're doing, one of the things we're doing, which I'm very proud of, is the border. We now have a totally closed border, totally secure. For 3 months, 0 people came into our country, bad people. And they come in, but they have to come in legally. We have a great process going. And inflation is virtually non-existent. As you know, we're taking in trillions of dollars from tariffs, and they've been so incredible for our country, so incredible. We're keeping our companies happy. We're keeping them solid and sane, and they're very, very thrilled at what's happened. They can't even believe it. And we've never seen investment like this. Without the tariffs, we would have just a fraction of that. And we're really the only one that can do tariffs. Nobody else is able to do them. With us, it works because people have to be there. But we've slashed 30-year-old regulations. And as you know, in my first term, we had a very successful first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And we had the biggest regulation cut in the history of our country. And now we're doing it again. We're slashing them at a level that is even beyond what we did in the first term. The first term, we did more regulation cutting by 4 times at any other time that any other country has done or that we've done. And we think we're going to exceed that this time. And we'll have regulation, but it'll be sane regulation. It'll be regulation that allows you to compete and do your thing, or regulations that you're able to get around and do things and you no longer have that regulation. But we slashed regulations at a level that's never been done before, and we're doing it at the same level right now. I recently signed the largest tax cuts in our country's history, and the bill includes a 100% expensing for investments in equipment and factories. Nobody's ever seen anything like that, and it lasts for a 10-year period, so it's going to be there for a while. But the countries and companies are coming into our country for the expensing aspect of the bill. It was in I call it the big, beautiful bill, the great, big, beautiful bill. We got so much, the largest bill ever passed in the history of our country. In fact, so big that we really don't have to pass too much anymore. We can just do this for 4 years, implement. You know, I like to implement because the bills are wonderful, but you have to implement. But the expensing is going to be the reason, I think, that bigger than anything else, when you have 1 year expensing, you can write everything off for the first year, including structure. So you didn't even have that in the first bill. I think it was the biggest factor in the first bill why it led to such growth, and this is actually a better form of expensing, and it's actually more significant. So today America is strong. Our economy is, I think, potentially the strongest it's ever been. We'll see very soon those big places that are being built all over the country. Car companies are moving in. AI is moving in. Everybody's coming in. They all want to be here. The drug companies are coming back. They all want to be there. They sort of have to be there, but they want to be there. But with this agreement, our cherished friendship with the United Kingdom is getting stronger and stronger. And again, I want to thank the Prime Minister. He worked very hard on this and getting this deal done. This is long in the making. They've been talking about it for a long time, and we got it done. And it's a real honor to be with you, and thank you very much. Thank you. Sign this, Howard. Where's Scott? Did I sign this? Are you sure, Scott? If the deal's no good, I'm blaming you, Scott. It's a great honor. Okay, hold that up. Yeah.
Secondary this time.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, we're now going to take some contributions from our distinguished guests from the business community, starting with Sir Demis Hassabis, the co-founder and CEO of DeepMind.
Thanks, Varun. It's a huge pleasure and honour to be here today, and thank you, Mr. President and Prime Minister, for your fantastic leadership on the US-UK tech prosperity deal. This partnership builds on a rich heritage of scientific collaboration between our two great nations, pushing forwards the frontiers of human knowledge and technical innovation. The fruits of that historical partnership, from inventing the forwards the frontiers of human knowledge and technical innovation. The fruits of that historical partnership, from inventing the World Wide Web to mapping the human genome, have gone on to benefit all of humanity. In many ways, Google DeepMind, the frontier AI lab that I lead, is the modern embodiment of this wonderful transatlantic spirit of cooperation. With our two major research offices in London and California, now comprising the engine room of Google, and powering all of its
You know what the local end of the bridge is? I'm up on 3-1 now. Okay, so just so you know, this isn't really, I don't know if you were wrong in discussing this, so what we've agreed here is let's just stick to the head, we can have to live. And this one, I'm trying to pick off like the key one shot that will be live. Sorry? Okay. Alright, okay. Alright, fine.
told about 40 minutes from Lucy. I imagine there'll be opening statements from each of the leaders, and then it will be probably a rough split of British journalists and American journalists asking questions. So they'll most likely, the journalists that is, ask questions of both leaders. And then in terms of how it will go, I think it really depends on the mood of the leaders and, particularly the mood of Donald Trump. The hope of the UK government, the hope of Keir Starmer's team will be that it really perpetuates the incredibly good lives of this two-day state visit so far, of a president who is dazzled by the royal family, who gets on surprisingly well with Keir Starmer, and whose visit has ushered in significant investment to the UK. That's the upside scenario for Sir Keir Starmer and his team. The less rosy scenario involves Donald Trump taking things into a slightly more chaotic direction. Yeah, and remember, by the way, that was when Keir Starmer actually whipped out of his pocket with a theatrical flourish that you wouldn't necessarily expect of Sir Keir Starmer, who spent much time watching tonight, a letter from the King to the President inviting him for this historic second state visit as President. But yeah, you're absolutely right to say Keir Starmer, in a way that what you expect, given their personal and differences, has been an extraordinarily effective Trump over the last 9 years. And the hope of the Prime Minister will be that publishes that in his press conference, for sure, but also that that is, that they can argue that the good relationship is just a good relationship for the sake of a good relationship. It is showing dividends, getting, nudging the US to a position that the UK would like it to be on Ukraine, for example, where Keir Starmer has spent a lot of time 9 months, where President Trump's counterpart trying to persuade the US President more more continuously back Volodymyr Zelensky and Ukraine against President Russia. Yeah, I'll say. I mean, good question. I'm not sure there is definitive easy answers. I mean, Keir Starmer's team have worked very hard. It's not a report that's been done by accident. Actually, Keir Starmer was very quick on the phone to Donald Trump, who was still then only a presidential candidate.
As in this puts over there. Soon.
Hello, audio check, 1, 2, audio check for press, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Good afternoon, audio check for press, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Audio check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm getting thumbs up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Audio check for press, left podium good, 1, 2. Audio check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Still good, good. Everybody good, thumbs up, 1, 2. All right.
Really?
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to welcome you to Chequers. This historic second state visit is a moment to celebrate the unique bond between our two countries. But today we've gone far beyond that. We've renewed the special relationship for a new era. The United Kingdom and the United States stand together today as first partners on defence, first partners in trade, with the groundbreaking deal we struck in May, and now with the new agreement that we've just signed this afternoon. We're confirming our status as the first partners in science and technology, ready to define this century together, just as we did the last. This tech partnership has the power to change lives. It's our chance to ensure that technologies like AI, quantum, and others amplify human potential, solve problems, cure diseases, make us richer and freer, strengthen the cause of democracy, not tyranny. This is the territory on which the future will be won. So this partnership today is a signal of our determination to win this race together and to ensure it brings real benefits in jobs, in growth, in lower bills, to put more hard-earned cash in people's pockets at the end of each month. That's what we're determined to deliver. And we're bringing businesses with us. We've just come from a fantastic meeting with business leaders where we set out this vision. They have responded with new deals and investment, breaking every record that we have. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. That is a record. Expected to create 15,000 jobs here in the United Kingdom. High-skilled jobs in cutting-edge sectors where people can build careers for the long term, changing lives in communities up and down our country. And look, while we shape this bond for a new era, the fundamentals have not changed. Security remains the cornerstone of this special relationship. We have the deepest, most advanced defence relationship in the world. Our warriors train together and they fight together. Our industries build together, everything from fast jets to the new AUKUS-class submarines. So now, as we drive up defence spending, we're going to sweep away the barriers to working together on new defence technologies so we can stay ahead of our adversaries. We're united in defence and security. Yes, absolutely. But we're also united in the pursuit of peace. We are working together to end the humanitarian catastrophe in the Middle East, get the aid in, free the hostages, and ultimately bring Israel and the region back towards a comprehensive plan which can deliver peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. We're also working together to end the killing in Ukraine. In recent days, Putin has shown his true face, mounting the biggest attacks since the invasion began, with yet more bloodshed, yet more innocents killed, and unprecedented violations of NATO airspace. These are not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we've discussed today how we can build our defences further, support Ukraine, and decisively increase the pressure on Putin to get him to agree a peace deal that will last. And President Trump, you have led the way here, and we will continue to stand and work together for security and for peace. Mr. President, next year we'll celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States. We've come on a long journey together since 1776. But it's no exaggeration to say that the partnership our two nations have built has shaped the world from the beaches of Normandy to the founding of NATO, to the creation of technologies that have revolutionised our lives. Time and time again, it is British and American men and women side by side, changing the path of history and turning it towards our values, towards freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. In Britain, we take huge pride in that. And let's be clear, this relationship is not just about history, it's about the future. It's about the benefits it delivers now and for decades to come, to make our people safer and better off. We've shown today that we're delivering those benefits, improving people's lives. So we will go into that anniversary year more optimistic than ever and more confident than ever about our two great nations and what they can achieve side by side. Thank you. And it is now my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very much. Prime Minister Starmer, Melania and I are tremendously thankful for the wonderful hospitality that you and Lady Starmer have extended today at Chequers. Quite the place, I must say, quite the place. And we're grateful beyond words for the spectacular honor of the state visit yesterday at Windsor Castle, hosted by His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. These are two fantastic people. We will never forget it. As I said last night, the bond between our countries is like no other anywhere in the world. The United States and the United Kingdom have done more good on this planet than any two nations in human history. That is thanks in large part to the traditions of British liberty, which grew up on these isles, these beautiful, magnificent isles, and were carried by our ancestors to the New World. We're forever joined, and we are forever friends, and we will always be friends. This enduring connection is why I was thrilled that the United Kingdom was the very first country with which we made a historic trade deal, and a very good trade deal. He's a tough negotiator. I think it was a better deal for you than us, but these are minor details.
It's a very good deal for both of us.
He's a great negotiator. We will extend our unparalleled security alliance into the realm of economic security for the first time, and I look forward to finalizing it very soon. We'll have it done very quickly. We have also just signed a historic technology prosperity deal, one of a kind, to ensure our countries lead the next great technological revolution side by side. In fact, we just left the business leaders, the biggest in the world. Some are in this room right now. And that was quite a meeting we had on business and trade and technology. This trip has galvanized $350 billion in deals across many sectors, and we're committed to ensuring that the UK has a secure and reliable supply of the best AI hardware and software on Earth. And we supply that, and we'll make sure we supply it in quantity to the UK. And we also are joining forces on quantum computing and nuclear power, a natural partnership for close allies. The United States, as you probably have heard, is doing better than it has ever done in terms of business and investment. The stock market has hit a new high, as you know, and that's for many, many days out of our fairly short 8 months. And we seem to be hitting new highs, and I think we're going to do much better even as time goes by. Jobs are at a record, and most importantly, we have more than $17 trillion, $17 trillion, and this is during an 8-month period being invested in the country, which is not only a record, but if you compare $17 trillion to the last year of the Biden administration, they did $250 billion. They didn't do $1 trillion for the 4-year period. We did $17 trillion of investment coming in. A lot of it's because of tariffs, and a lot of it's for a lot of other reasons, but there's never been anything like it. It's an economic superstar. That's what's become. It was mismanaged and badly handled for a long period of time, but it's not badly handled anymore. So that's a record, and remember, that's up until 8 months. We have another few months to go, and that number is going to get significantly higher, especially if we win a certain case that we're waiting to hear. That will be something like the world has never seen. I want to congratulate the United Kingdom on making the vital commitment to spend 5% of GDP on defense at the NATO summit this year. We've worked together very closely in so many ways. I'm very honored to tell you that we've solved 7 wars, wars that were unsolvable, wars that couldn't be negotiated or done. The U.S. has done 7 of them. The one that I thought would be easiest would be because of my relationship with President Putin, but he's let me down. He's really let me down. It was going to be Russia and Ukraine, but we'll see how that turns out. But that turned out to be, I thought it might be among the easiest of the group, but we had settled just about every conflict, and as you know, we're working very hard on Israel and Gaza. All that's happening over there. Complex, but it's going to get done. It'll all get done right. And likewise, Russia and Ukraine will get done. But you never know in war. You know, war is a different thing. Things happen that are very opposite of what you thought. You thought you were going to have an easy time or a hard time, and it turns out to be the reverse. As we saw in the unforgettable parade yesterday at Windsor Castle, what a place it is. The British Armed Forces carry on one of the finest military traditions in the world, one of the greatest marching bands, one of the most magnificent sights I've seen. I know that our service members look forward, and we do look so forward to working even more closely with yours as you push toward that 5% goal. And I think, Mr. Prime Minister, you're just about there. You're going to be there very quickly, along with a lot of other great countries. I want to thank NATO and our wonderful head of NATO, who's really worked very hard, Mark, for the job they've done. As you know, NATO was at 2% GDP, and they didn't pay it. Now they're at 5%, then they pay it. And we appreciate that. And we're sending a lot of weapons to NATO. NATO is paying for those weapons in full. But we're sending them, and we're doing a great job at getting them what they need. And we appreciate the fact that they're taking care, because the United States is into that war for $350 billion. And just really very sad. It just got out of control. They didn't know what they were doing. But over the generations, British and American warriors have shed their blood side by side in defense of liberty and freedom. And that's why it's so imperative that the United States and the United Kingdom stand together for these fundamental rights and values of the English-speaking world. And we've always stood together, and we will continue to. Just last week, a great American, Charlie Kirk, was heinously assassinated for speaking his mind. He was a great young man, incredible future. Some people said he might be president someday. I told him, I said, Charlie, I think you have a good shot someday at being president. And he just wanted to take care of youth. He loved youth. I've never seen anybody relate to youth like Charlie, and they related to him, and they're devastated. But I appreciate the many British citizens who have offered their condolences. And again, Charlie was a great person. We'll be going out to a service on Sunday. I'll be leaving with some of the people in this room just to celebrate Charlie and all that he's done. So incredible. Never seen anything like it. But I hope that together our nations can lead a movement to defend the glorious traditions of freedom on both sides of the Atlantic. There could be no greater tribute to the immortal bonds of affection and loyalty that unite the British and the American people for all of time. We have a relationship like no other. It will always be that way. We will always be united. We'll always be together. And I just want to thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for the great job I think you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We're going to take some questions. I'll call 2 or 3 to start with, and then I'll pass over to the President. I've got Chris Mason from the BBC first. Chris.
Thank you both. Chris Mason, BBC News. Mr. President, the UK is expected to recognise a Palestinian state in the coming days as the killing in Gaza continues. It often seems that you're the only person that Israel will listen to. What more can you say to them to tell them to stop? And why is the UK's position on a Palestinian state, in your view, wrong? And Prime Minister, what will the recognition of a Palestinian state actually achieve? Is it not just gesture politics to appease people in your own party? Thank you both.
Well, Chris, let me just start with that, because we discussed this amongst other things. We had the best part of an hour, I think, upstairs earlier today, just one-to-one, going through a number of affairs, world affairs, in private. And we absolutely agree on the need for peace and a roadmap, because the situation in Gaza is intolerable. The hostages have been held for a very, very long time, and they must be freed. And we need aid to get into Gaza at speed. And so it's within that context of a plan for peace, which we're working hard on, which not only did we discuss this morning, but our two teams have been working together on, that the question of recognition needs to be seen. And so it's part of that overall package which hopefully takes us from the appalling situation we're in now to the outcome of a safe and secure Israel, which we do not have, and a viable Palestinian state. Thank you.
Well, simply, I want the hostages released now, right now, not 1, 2, we'll give you 3 more tomorrow, and, you know, like it's been, but we're the ones that got all the hostages released. We got many, many came to the Oval Office, and I've heard stories like I've never thought even possible. There was no humanity, no anything. I said to them, I said, was there any warmth shown during this stay? Like they offered you a little extra meal, they gave you a little smile, and they said, don't worry, you'll be okay. And every one of them said, not even a little bit. Amazing, you know, to think that during this stay, long stay in some cases. We had a man the other day, 451 days he was there. I always ask that question. And was there any warmth shown? Just a little word of, you know, encouragement. And the answer is every time, absolutely not. I'm shocked to hear it, because in the worst cases, there's always somebody that comes through. We have to remember October 7th, one of the worst, most violent days in the history of the world, not just there, the history of the world. And I got to see the tapes, and I wish I didn't see them, actually, but I got to see them. And I want an end. I want the hostages released, and I think it's going to be okay, but it has been a brutal period of time. But this has been going on for a long time. This is not something that's over the last year, 2 years, but this has been for decades and decades. But we want it to end. We have to have the hostages back immediately. That's what the people of Israel want. They want them back, and we want the fighting to stop, and it's going to stop. But a lot of bad things. You know, Hamas said that they're going to put the hostages up as bait. They're going to put the hostages in front of any attack. And that's pretty brutal. We haven't heard that one in a long time. So we have to remember that. So I have a disagreement with the Prime Minister on that score. Okay? One of our few disagreements, actually.
Great. Can I take Jack from The Sun? Jack.
Thank you both. Jack Elson from The Sun. Mr. President, in the 9 months you've been in office, you've been incredibly successful in all but eliminating crossings on your southern border.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, illegal migration is at record levels in Britain. The Prime Minister is trying to tackle that. What advice would you give to the man standing next to you on trying to stop illegal migration in Britain? And Prime Minister, if I can just ask, the President is all about drill, baby, drill in terms of trying to secure American energy and cut bills for Americans. Meanwhile, you are turning Britain's back on oil and gas in favour of renewable energies, such as wind turbines. Why do you think that you are right and he is wrong?
So we had millions of people flowing in, totally unchecked, totally unvetted from the Biden administration. 25 million, in my opinion, that would be about 25 million. They came from prisons, they came from mental institutions, they were gang members, they were drug dealers. They came from the Congo. They came from all parts of South America. They came from everywhere. Think of it, prisoners from the Congo being released into the United States. Prisons opened up in Venezuela and many other countries pouring into the United States. And I couldn't believe it. And one of the reasons I decided to run. I decided to run because I don't want to be controversial, but you see what's happened, and you see all the information that's come out. We won in 2020 big, and I said, let's run, we got to run, because I saw what was happening, and the worst thing that I saw was all of these people. You know, we've already solved inflation, we've solved prices. Oil is way down, energy is way down in the United States. But what I saw happening with millions of people pouring into our country, I couldn't stand to watch it. And we've done a great job. Nobody, if you've seen the last, I appreciate your question, by the way, nobody, absolutely zero, and I'm not even sure that's possible, but it's a very liberal group that come out with those statistics. The last 3 months, we had zero. From millions of people a year ago, we had zero people enter our country illegally. And we do have people coming in legally through a legal process and testing and lots of other things. I think it's very important, and we speak about it, and I think your situation is very similar. You know, you have people coming in, and I told the Prime Minister I would stop it, and it doesn't matter if you call out the military, it doesn't matter what means you use, but it's going to destroys countries from within. And we're actually now removing a lot of the people that came into our country. It's a very hard chore. We were given a very, very bad hand. Millions of people came in from prisons and mental institutions. We have to remove them. And we are removing them. We have no choice, and I feel very strongly about it. Thank you very much.
Jack, let me just deal with the question of returns, because this is obviously an issue we're taking incredibly seriously. We've struck a number of deals both on cooperation with other countries, because this is a problem right across Europe, to tackle the problem of actually breaking up the gangs that are running this trade. We have had a record number of returns, over 35,000 now since we came into office. That's the highest number for the best part of 10 years. We struck the returns arrangement with France, and notwithstanding the challenges to that scheme, which you've seen in the last few days, a flight went off at 6:15 this morning, successfully returning someone under that scheme. So that is an important step forward. Obviously, there's no silver bullet here. There's a range of things that need to be done. But given the challenges of returning people, it is important that we're able to prove it can be done. It was done. It was done early this morning. So I can confirm that that flight went. It went successfully. And I'm pleased about that. Now we need to ramp that up at scale, which was always envisaged under the scheme. But it's very important that we have been able to prove that the proof of concept, if you like, that this can be done, and will continue in that way. On the question of energy, firstly, let me be really clear that I am absolutely determined to ensure that the price and cost of energy comes down, so that bills come down both for individuals, for families, with their household bills, but also for business, because this is so important. The mix will include oil and gas for many years to come from the North Sea. We've been clear about that for some time, but we also need to mix that with renewables, and it's the mix that's really important. And the approach I've taken on this is the same approach that I take to many other things, a pragmatic approach. Thank you, Jack.
I would like to say that we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation, the likes of which we've really never seen. They say 48 years, and I'll accept that, but I really don't. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we had an expression that I used a lot, drill, baby, drill. And as you know, we brought fuel way down, the prices way down. And we don't do wind because wind is a disaster. It's a very expensive joke, frankly. And we got our energy prices way down. That brought the inflation way down, and now we have very little inflation, and we have a very, very strong economy. So that was very important. Drill, baby, drill. And you have a great asset here, and we spoke about it. It's called the North Sea. The North Sea oil is phenomenal, and I hope, because I love this country, you know. My mother was born in Scotland, and the Hebrides, Stornoway, that's Syria, Scotland. We were talking about it. And I want this country to do well. And you have great assets that you're going to start using, I believe, under this Prime Minister.
Thank you. And I've got Matthew from The Economist. Matthew.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mr. President, you say that President Putin has let you down. Have negotiations run out of road, and what are your next steps to compel an end to this war?
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. But, yeah, he said, let me down. I don't like to see. It's death. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. We have, other than unless you end up in a world war over this thing, you could. This was a thing that would have never happened had I been president. If I were president, it would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. Most people agree it didn't happen, nor was it close to happening. And I spoke to President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. I've said that many times. It was. But he would have never done what he did, except that he didn't respect the leadership of the United States. They just went through the Afghanistan total disaster for no reason whatsoever. We're going to leave Afghanistan, but we're going to leave it with strength and dignity. And we're going to keep Bagram, the big air base, one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing. We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back. But one of the reasons we want the base is, as you know, it's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. So a lot of things are happening, but I am very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled Azerbaijan and Albania, as an example, it was going on for years. It was never going to be settled. If you remember, the prime minister and the presidents, they were there for many years. They said, when they were in my office, we settled. And they started off at both sides of the Oval Office, so far away. I didn't know you could be so far away. And as we were together for an hour, they kept getting closer, closer. And by the time we finished, we all hugged each other. And one said, I've been in this position for 22 years, and all I've done is kill their people. The other was there for 7 years, and all he did was kill their people. And we got it settled. And we did others, as you know. The Congo, we settled the Congo with Rwanda. That was going on, and that was a machete war. That was a gruesome war. Many people, close to 10 million people killed. We got that settled. My biggest disappointment, but it's, you know, look, we did 7, and most of them were not thought to be settleable. We did India and we did Pakistan. That's 2 nuclear. That was purely for trade. You want to trade with us, you're going to have to get along. And they were going at it hot and heavy. But the Russia situation, I hope we're going to have some good news for you coming up. But again, it doesn't affect the United States. And look, it doesn't so much affect you. Of course, you are a lot closer to the scene than we are. We have a whole ocean separating us. But I will say this, it's millions of people have died in that war, millions of souls. And they're not American. They're soldiers, mostly soldiers, as you know. The soldiers are being killed at levels that nobody's seen since the Second World War. But they're being killed, and I feel I have an obligation to get it settled for that reason. Thank you.
And just to add on that question, because we have to put extra pressure on Putin. And it's only when the president has put pressure on Putin that he's actually shown any inclination to move. So we have to ramp that pressure up. I think it's important to have this conversation in the context of what's happened in recent weeks. We saw damage and bombing to the British Council in Kyiv. These are targets that it was thought until recently were not targets that would be hit. The British Council, the European Union Embassy, the Council of Ministers, where President Zelensky's ministers work was hit. Again, these were thought to be places that wouldn't be hit. And then the incursion into Poland last week. And if you put that together, what you can see is either an emboldenment or at least an increased recklessness on Putin's part. And that's why I said earlier that they're not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we have to ramp up. And we discussed earlier today, we have built the coalition of the willing with British leadership and French leadership, stepping up with military planning in the seas, in the sky, on the ground, and ramping up what we do with the Ukrainians themselves. And of course, that taken with an American guarantee is now an example, I think, of the challenge of Europe stepping up to the plate, which it has done in the last few months, to show through what we and the French have done that we're prepared to take the lead in this and take the necessary measures.
But that's a war that could have been a third world war, and I don't think we're going to be there now. But that was heading to a third world war. And what a shame it is. What a shame it is.
Mr. President, do you want to call some of the
I would love to call a
outlets?
few of them. Bev, do you want to have a question?
I've got to come back to you.
Bev Turner, GB News. Thank you. Having been in DC for a few weeks, it's really interesting to see how you run the country as a proud Christian leader. And it really begs the question to the Prime Minister, if you don't mind, are we still a Christian country? But also...
when you say we, are you talking here or...?
Here. The
Here?
UK. I'm still British. I might
I'd
live in
rather
America.
have
I'm
him
still
answer
British.
that question.
But also...
I can't give you that answer.
That's for the Prime Minister. But also, despite what we talked about in Scotland a few weeks ago, we still have 12,000 people a year here being arrested for social media posts, for free speech violations. Does that not remain an important area that there is still a lot of disagreement on?
I'd like to have you answer that.
Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of... I was christened, so that is... my church has been all my life, and we are, that is wired into our informal constitution. Of course, we celebrate many other faiths as well, and I'm really proud that we're able to do so as a country. And on free speech, that has long lived in this country, free speech. It's one of the founding values of the United Kingdom, and we protect it jealously and fiercely, and always will, and we will bear down on any limits on free speech. I draw a limit between free speech and the speech of those that want to peddle paedophilia and suicide social media to children, and therefore I'm all for free speech. I'm also for protecting children from things that will harm them, paedophiles, those that peddle suicide, which has had a terrible consequence for individual, particularly teenagers. And so that's the balance we strike. But we have had freedom of speech in this country for a very long time, and we will always protect it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Brian, please.
Thank you. Prime Minister, it's good to see you again. You have a beautiful country. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for being
Two
here.
questions. One, just recently, President Trump labeled Antifa domestic terrorists. Would you consider doing something like that in your country?
Well, we obviously will take decisions for ourselves. I don't want to comment on the decisions of the President, but we take our decisions ourselves.
And my question to you, President Trump, is there any update on the auto pen?
Yeah, it's just gotten worse from their standpoint. The people that used it, and one in particular, one person, was never told by Biden to do it. Only spoke to Biden twice, and that was just talking about the weather, not talking about any order. And he was taking orders from people other than Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't giving those orders. You know, Joe Biden didn't believe in open borders. He didn't. I've known him for a long time. He was never the brightest bulb in the ceiling, as we know. You can go back 40 years ago and you'll see that. Go back and take a look at the hearings on Justice Thomas, and you'll see that very much. But he didn't believe in open borders and all of this nonsense that they're peddling now, which is why they're not in office any longer. It's a shame. The auto pen was illegal. It was illegally used. He never gave the orders. He never told them what to do. And I guess the only one he signed, or one of the few he signed, was the pardon for his son. But you had the congressman who, when they got the information, they found out they were guilty, and they deleted and destroyed all information, everything. You couldn't get any of it. They found out that Nancy Pelosi actually was offered the 10,000 soldiers, and she turned them down. They found out many things that were very bad. So they deleted and destroyed all information. You talk about freedom of the press and freedom of speech. How about that one? And there's not a thing. This is after a year and a half of hearings. They destroyed everything. And somebody's got to be held responsible. So Biden, what he did is they knew, I don't think he knew, but somebody knew. I don't think Biden had a clue about anything, if you want to know the truth. But they gave a pardon to those congresspeople. They gave a pardon. Those people are so guilty. They gave a pardon. But Biden didn't know about it. The people, whether it's Lisa or any of those people in there that really ran it. I know them all. And they're sick people. They're smart people. They're very smart. They're probably brilliant, but they're sick in ideology. And they were running the auto pen. And it was totally illegal what he did. And I hope it's going to be so adjudged.
Do you want to take one more and then I'll
Okay.
go back to British?
Let's see. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. In the deal that you're working on for the Chinese to sell TikTok to an American buyer, are the Americans going to have to come up with their own algorithm, or are they going to continue to use the successful but addictive Chinese algorithm?
So what we're doing, and we're speaking to President Xi on Friday to see if we can finalize something on TikTok, because there is tremendous value, and I hate to give away value, but I like TikTok. It helped get me elected. In fact, Charlie said, "Sir, you ought to get on TikTok. You'd be great." I said, "Really? Tell me about TikTok." And we, as you know, we did unbelievably well with youth, like at a level that no Republican has ever even dreamt of. And in what, look, I think we won it for a lot of reasons, but that was a reason we won the election by such a big number. TikTok has tremendous value. The United States has that value in its hand because we're the ones that have to approve it. I specifically get the right to approve it. The people that are investing it are among the greatest investors in the world, the biggest, the richest, and they'll do a great job. And we're doing it in conjunction with China. But we are getting, the United States is getting a tremendous fee plus, I call it a fee plus, for just making the deal. And I don't want to throw that out the window. I can say this, that you'll have a lot of very unhappy youth. And I use TikTok very legitimately, very straight, just statements every day, little statements, short statements. "Sir, make it short, please." And TikTok Jack, we call him. It was pretty good. Did a good job for me, I guess. But no, I'd rather reap the benefits. I mean, the kind of money we're talking about is very substantial. And it'll be owned by all American investors and, the best investors and the, very rich people and companies are going to be owning it. Very, very straight, very legitimate companies, and really companies that love America. So they're going to be owning it. It's a big thing. And on a much bigger scale, and probably that's why we were able to get that, but on a much bigger scale, we're pretty close to a deal. We may do an extension with China, but it's an extension based on the same terms that we have right now, which are pretty good terms.
And my question for Prime Minister Starmer, if you feel so strongly about officially recognizing Palestine for statehood, why are you waiting for President Trump to leave the country? Why can't you just do it right now? And isn't there a risk in rewarding Hamas with that?
Well, let me be really clear about Hamas. They're a terrorist organisation who can have no part in any future governance in Palestine. And what happened on October the 7th was the worst attack since the Holocaust. We have extended family in Israel. I understand firsthand the psychological impact that had across Israel. So I know exactly where I stand in relation to Hamas. Hamas, of course, don't want a two-state solution. They don't want peace. They don't want a ceasefire. So I'm very clear where I stand on Hamas. Okay. On the question of recognition, I made my position clear at the end of July as to the timing, which has got nothing to do with this state visit, and I've discussed it with the President, as you would expect amongst two leaders who respect each other and like each other and want to bring about a better solution in the best way that we can. Thank you so much. Can I go back then to Robert at ITV?
Robert Person, ITV. Mr. President, you uniquely, you alone in the whole world, have the power to persuade Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the demolition of Gaza City, to stop the starvation of Palestine, and to stop the killing of civilians. If not now, when will you exercise that power and tell him to stop?
Sure.
And then for both of you...
But you do understand about October 7th.
You do understand. So believe me, I understand.
One of the worst days in the history of humanity. What happened, I have seen the tapes. Babies that are 4 months old and just chopped up to pieces. And you've seen the tapes and I've seen the tapes. You're a professional and so am I. And people forget about October 7th. I can't forget about it. So I want it to end, but I want the hostages back. I don't want the hostages used as human shields, which is what Hamas is threatening to do.
But as soon as they're back, that's the moment you will tell Netanyahu
Well,
to stop.
it would certainly help, but I have to have the hostages back. And I don't want them back piecemeal, as I said before. I want them back.
And on a separate issue, free speech, your Vice President, Vance, said that free speech is under attack in the UK. Do you agree with him? And Prime Minister, we saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you know, you can call that free speech or not. He was fired for lack of talent. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, on the question of Charlie Kirk, can I just express how shocking that is, I think, to everybody who believes in free speech and in democracy. It sent shockwaves through the world, and I know that he was a friend of the president, and I reached out straight away to the president because I understood how impactful it would be on him and his family. And we all need to be absolutely clear about that. Whatever our political views, it is shocking and is to be condemned. On free speech, not much to add to the answer I gave earlier. This country's had free speech for a very, very long time. It is part of who we are as a country, and it is the values that we fought for. We fought for it during the Second World War alongside each other. So we need no reminding of the importance of free speech in this country. Thank you, Robert. And I go to Beth for the final question, please. Beth.
Thank you so much.
Sky.
Thank you, Beth Rigby, Sky News. Thank you, Prime Minister. If I could start with you. Prime Minister, President Trump has said he's ready to impose major sanctions on Russia if NATO countries stop purchasing Russian oil. He's got a point, hasn't he? Is that what you now believe is needed to bring Putin properly to the table? And what's your message to the President on US sanctions? And Mr. President, if I may, the King praised your personal commitment last night to finding solutions to the world's most intractable conflicts. You have invested much of your time and effort in Ukraine, but even as you seek to broker a deal, President Putin is escalating the war. He's firing drones into NATO airspace. You say he has let you down. Was it a mistake to invite him to Alaska? Do you regret it?
No.
And is it time to squeeze him, sir, and scare him and impose sanctions? And finally, if I may, the elephant in the room, Lord Mandelson, he is no longer the ambassador. Do you have some sympathy with him that he lost his job over historic links to Jeffrey Epstein? Thank you very much, sir.
I don't know him, actually. I had heard that, and I think maybe the Prime Minister would be better speaking of that. That was a choice that he made, and I don't know. What is your answer to that?
Well, I mean, it's very straightforward. Some information came to light last week which wasn't available when he was appointed, and I made a decision to come out of it, and that's very clear. On the question of the pressure on Putin and on Russia, which is obviously really important, look, I think it is a challenge to Europe. There are a number of European countries which are too reliant on energy from Russia. The UK actually obviously has almost got nothing at all, but we do need to bear down and work with our European counterparts here. There are one or two countries, I think, that do need to look again at the question of energy. There's no one silver bullet here. We do have to have a wider suite of sanctions, which we've put in place a number of times, working across Europe and with the United States. And, of course, we must, and we are, making sure that Ukraine is in the strongest position now, because one of my long concerns here has been that whilst we talk about a ceasefire, and we all want a ceasefire, and we talk about what might happen after a ceasefire, we mustn't forget that Ukraine needs our support now. And we've said we stand with Ukraine from the start to the finish, and that means we must continue to supply them with what they need in order to fight this war, which, of course, resulted from and is a result of Russian aggression. We have particularly done the sort of leadership role in the coalition of the willing, so that if there is a ceasefire and if there is a deal, and I do hope there is, that is then lasting and not then broken, because given previous history, I don't trust Putin. Thank you.
Very simply, if the price of oil comes down, Putin's going to drop out. He's going to have no choice. He's going to drop out of that war. And when I found out that the European nations were buying oil from Russia, and as you know, I'm very close to India. I'm very close to the Prime Minister of India. I spoke to him the other day, wished him a happy birthday. We have a very good relationship. He put out a beautiful statement, too. We have, but I said, you know, I sanctioned them. China is paying a very large tariff right now to the United States, but I'm willing to do other things, but not when the people that I'm fighting for are buying oil from Russia. If the oil price comes down, very simply, Russia will settle. And the oil price is way down. You know, we got it way down. We're drilling and we produce more oil than anybody else in the world. We're doing a lot. But I was disappointed to see that. And the Prime Minister was disappointed to see that. And it wasn't him. It was other countries. And you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't. That's not playing fair with the United States. And we can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
like that for us. We're okay.
And the other guys. That's fine, yeah, that wasn't yours as well. Like social media. Social media, it works.
Keep it down here, man. What's next?
See how things are. Get your phone out.
There's no point in these, but I've got no problem with these. see his first aid kit tonight again. He doesn't see him being just drowsy and in the morning whatever, it's not fine. The woman's got the sugar syrup to put down and it gives that little bit of energy it needs. So I think it's a really good idea. No, I like these. If I ever run, not out. No, I've got this one there. Yeah, I've got everything I've got too. Yeah. I'll dip it. I like it. I think the big clue is they'll land first.
Gaza, that can't happen. That was a big slap on the back, and that wouldn't happen with the recognition of Palestine. Difficult questions on issues of freedom of speech. So Keir Starmer there saying we are the home of free speech and making those points, but asked several times, twice about that. He gave that answer. But I thought the most interesting answer, I think, was one about small boats. What would you do to stop the boats? And the answer from Donald Trump, while it had much more bang for its buck than Sir Keir Starmer. Here's what the answer was.
They've established this war report, and I think actually we've got a bit of it publicly. This is the way in which Keir Starmer manages to smooth over those points of difference and maintain the report.
Yeah, I think that's actually right. I mean, we saw some elements of Donald Trump in terms of some of the things that he returns from time to time again, which will be a bit bewildering to our viewers watching. There's this whole question about Joe Biden's use of the auto pen.
Which to me is not embarrassing.
But these things do come up and then come up.
There we have Donald Trump there saying, why can't you recall the military, and something which has been said often by reform UK politicians here. And also news there on Afghanistan. The UK is trying to get back the Bagram Air Base, which Joe Biden, when he was president, he surrendered that to the Taliban, didn't he? But the Bagram Air Base, of course, 1 hour, he said, from where China develops its nuclear weapons or have a nuclear facility at least in China. So clearly, America is thinking around the world on this strategic level. But yes, interesting. I think it was an informative press conference, one much more friendly, I think, than you see with France and America. I thought in many ways we're back to where we are with this country. Are we going to choose be the US's best friend, or towards the European Union. Again, it was somewhere in the middle. You would want to.
I think that's right. I think you heard that in his tone, didn't you? He was, I wouldn't say overwhelmed, but he was clearly subdued by what had happened. Elated perhaps, but also subdued.
Exactly right. He did say there, drill baby drill, wind is a disaster, a very expensive joke. He said you have these huge assets in the North Sea, and he sort of implied though that the PM would start exploiting those assets. We haven't seen any sign of that, and of course Ed Miliband, the Climate Change Secretary, would be a lot against that. But yeah, there are divisions here. I think one of the few real divisions was over Palestine, and that's likely to be recognised by the UK government this weekend or early next week before the UN General Assembly meet. But yes, it was a friendly conversation between two close allies. I had my hand in the air, Martin, with your best question. Sadly, I wasn't selected by number 10 Downing Street to ask a question today, but I'll keep my hand in the air all the time for TV News viewers. I thought though.
So there's maybe some movement on that.
Well, I thought the question, Beth Turner's question was brilliant, of course. It was asking about the issue of Christianity, and the America is a big issue in America, laying out your faith on your sleeve. We don't do it so much amongst our leaders. But I did hear, I never heard Sir Keir Starmer say that I am a Christian. I've been Christianity or Christian all my life. He said he had been christened, and that's not what we hear from him. We do know, of course, he observed the Jewish faith on Friday with his wife, Lady Starmer. But I think I've never heard him do God, if that's how you describe those remarks. I think that was quite interesting. And I think Beth Turner pressed him, of course, on issues of freedom of speech, which is so important to us. Great. Yeah, they're playing at the I like having the in my hand the stick. It looked good that day. It pissed off people all around the podcast.
Oh, really?
I wrote out 5 questions as well.
San Marino has the chin of the off. It must be wacky to go to the chin. Oh, look. Switch up to you. Yes, I had a lot of that. And what's that? Yeah, it's interesting. I had a few people say,
You've been a great help on this trip, thank you.
Yeah, it's the monitor, it's not the camera. It's not a real image. So. Every time I go there, it's a bit soft.
You've seen this, people selling mirrors. People take pictures of a mirror before they're in the picture.
Yeah.
So there's a photograph of people are selling pictures themselves.
I like that. Let's get hold of that.
They do it with the camera. You have to put the camera.
Yes.
Working on that for us. The flag. Come on, I gave you so much. I knew they said, the American said to me, oh, we've got loads of time. You're really conscientious. I went, oh, no. Fucking no. I was like, I'll see you in that crazy game. At that point, I'm like, how much more? You actually see me.
Well, look at it coming in. Talking to you. There's no nerve.
Guys, they're tracking the first bus will go at 5:45. So depending upon what time heats wheels up, we just have to gather our ship to go. Anyone got a Mac charge on them? but I can't find a basket now. Basket's in that room. Oh well, I'll just have to go back and forth. Unless it's in it. I'll just have to be a plan. It's not a great yard. It's not a big hold up, is it? Go back, yeah, I'll just take it back. Alright, go back. I'll keep your plug. You get that plug as well, yeah? Gonna make a tea. Yeah, that's so I can see myself going to coffee stand like to like that.
good? Come back.
Am I low enough?
Yes. Alex. Yes. No, because they're walking out. Oh, I was like, the door's opening, Daniel.
I think we're not, he's not walking out right now. This is the last question.
Wrapping up. Last question.
Wrap it up.
Just getting a selfie. I can't. It's too hideous.
Try it anyway.
Your battery pack? Get your stuff back? Might be gone. It was broken. It was broken. Hey John, you want to ask Danny if he grabbed that ladder? In the business center. Business event. We left a ladder. A stool. Foldable stool.
I'll ask Freddie if they have someone who can go get it.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I didn't know. Did everyone leave and miss the helicopter?
Nikki.
Over there if we get on the helicopter.
The ladder. He can get it.
Are you on live? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just keep getting pulled in a million directions. Good. Hey, Alex, over here on number 3. I know. Around. I got it. Yeah, but he doesn't care about this video. Daniel said he's tired to do it. No, I just want to tell you something. I didn't know if you were going to go in.
teasing, Tom? No, we don't do teasing. Or we're doing, he's gone, they've jumped the adverts, haven't they? They've gone straight. They may well have done that, Here comes Gary, I'll say hello to him. Gary, it's Chris Hope here. Nice to see you, man. Good to see you. Yeah, well done. What's the plan then? At 5, what happens at 5? We're doing a live after bulletin. They've dropped out of it? I don't know, they'll do a bulletin. That was okay. Bizarrely, it was okay that talk you everything, wasn't it? Yeah, it's fine. It's quite good to use me here. I'm here. Well, no, I mean, I'm just not having to do it's funny, long old day. I'm about some words after this. I'll do it after this.
you.